Welcome back. Before there were gods and mortals as we know them, there was only chaos, and one final war that ended it. When the dust settled and the Titans fell, three brothers stood over the ruins of the old world, and by the fall of a lot, they divided everything that existed between them. To Zeus went the sky, thunder, lightning, and dominion over Olympus itself. To Poseidon went the sea, every wave, every current, every ship that dared cross his waters. And to Hades went what was left, the silence beneath the earth, the realm no living thing wished to enter, and the eternal duty of ruling it alone. Three brothers, three kingdoms, one world, split forever between the sky, the sea, and the shadows below. This is the story of the three kings who divided the world. Zeus, who ruled from above with power and pride. Poseidon, who commanded the depths with wrath and grief. And Hades, the forsaken king who accepted the throne no one else wanted, and was misunderstood for it ever since. Let their stories unfold, one after another, as we drift from the heavens, to the sea, to the underworld, and back into stillness. Now let's begin. Good evening, and welcome back. Tonight, we journey to the heights of Mount Olympus, to the throne of the god who shaped the cosmos itself. The king of gods, the wielder of thunder, the father of both deities and heroes. Get comfortable, settle in, and let's explore the complete story of Zeus, from his desperate birth in a hidden cave to his reign over heaven and earth. This is a tale of power, prophecy, passion, and the price of absolute authority. Before Zeus ever drew breath, before lightning ever split the sky, there was fear. Not the simple fear of mortals facing death, but the deeper, colder fear of a god who knew his own doom was coming. Kronos, king of the Titans, ruler of the Golden Age, sat upon his throne and felt the weight of prophecy crushing down upon him like the sky itself. His father, Uranus, had warned him. His mother, Gaia, had whispered it. One day, one of his own children would rise up and cast him down, just as he had overthrown Uranus before him. The cycle of succession was ancient, carved into the fabric of existence itself. Son against father, new against old. Power never rested in the same hands forever. Kronos had learned this lesson when he took his father's great sickle and castrated Uranus, ending his reign with violence and blood. Now that same terrible knowledge haunted him. His wife Rhea, daughter of the same primordial powers, bore child after child, and with each birth, Kronos saw not a son or daughter, but a potential usurper, a future king waiting to steal his crown. So he made a choice that would echo through eternity. As each child emerged from Rhea's womb, Kronos would take the infant in his massive hands, open his jaws wide, and swallow them whole. Not dead, for gods cannot die so easily, but imprisoned in the darkness of his belly, trapped in an eternal prison of flesh and fear. First came Hestia, goddess of the hearth, barely taking her first breath before vanishing down her father's throat. Then Demeter, who would have blessed the earth with grain and growth. Then Hera, proud and regal even as an infant. Then Hades, dark-eyed and silent. Then Poseidon, already bearing the temperament of storms. 5 children swallowed, 5 potential threats contained. And Rhea, forced to witness this horror again and again, her maternal heart breaking with each birth, each loss. She was a goddess, yes, but she was also a mother, and there is no power in the cosmos that can fully protect a mother's heart from that kind of grief. Her arms ached with emptiness, her breasts heavy with milk that would never be drunk. She watched her husband's paranoid eyes, saw how he never truly relaxed, how he constantly scanned the horizon for threats that had not yet materialized. When Rhea felt the 6th child quickening in her womb, something changed within her. This time would be different. She would not hand over another child to Kronos' mad hunger. She would not watch another infant disappear into darkness. But how could she defy the king of the Titans? How could she hide a god from a god? She needed help, and there was only one place to turn, to the beginning, to the source of all things, to her mother, Gaia, the earth herself, and her father, Uranus, the sky. Though Uranus had been wounded and diminished by Kronos' blade, his voice still carried wisdom, and Gaia's power ran deeper than any Titan's throne. They devised a plan together, whispered in the secret language of earth and stone. When Rhea's labor began, she did not go to Kronos' palace. Instead, guided by Gaia, she traveled to the island of Crete, to a place where mountains rose like ancient gods and caves opened like mouths in the earth. Some accounts place this cave on Mount Ida, others on Mount Dicte, but all agree on the secrecy, the sacred nature of what happened there. Deep in the mountain's belly, where no sunlight reached, where the air was thick with the smell of stone and soil, Rhea gave birth to her sixth child. The infant's cry was strong, fierce, already carrying the authority of thunder. His eyes, even newborn, held a clarity that spoke of destiny. Rhea held him for just a moment, pressing him to her chest, feeling his warmth, his reality. She named him Zeus, which in the ancient tongue meant bright sky, the light above. Then, knowing Kronos would soon come looking, she handed the baby to Gaia. The earth goddess took the infant with arms that had cradled the first generation of gods, and she spirited him away to a hidden cave deeper in Mount Ida's heart. But Rhea's work was not finished. She found a stone, roughly the size and weight of a newborn, and wrapped it carefully in swaddling clothes. She held it as she would hold a child, walked as she would walk, carrying something precious. When she returned to Kronos, her face showed the exhaustion of childbirth, her arms cradling the bundle. Kronos barely looked at it. In some versions of the tale, Rhea even pressed her breast against the stone before handing it over, and milk sprayed across the heavens, creating the river of stars mortals would later call the Milky Way. Kronos took what he thought was his newest child and, without ceremony or hesitation, swallowed it whole. The stone, which would later be called the Omphalos, dropped into his belly alongside the 5 imprisoned gods. Kronos felt satisfied, secure. Another threat neutralized, another piece of the prophecy delayed. He did not know that, even as the stone settled in his gut, far away in a Cretan cave, his doom was taking its first breath. Zeus's childhood was unlike any other god's. Hidden in the sacred cave, he could not be raised in palaces or taught in the halls of Titan kings. His nursery was stone and shadow, his lullabies the dripping of underground water and the whisper of wind through narrow passages. But he was not alone. Gaia had arranged for guardians, protectors, who would ensure this child survived to fulfill his destiny. First came Amalthea. In most tellings, she was a goat, but not an ordinary one. Her milk was divine nectar, rich with immortal power. The infant Zeus suckled at her teats and grew strong on her blessing. Some versions speak of Amalthea as a nymph who owned the goat, but either way, the creature's role was vital. Her milk did more than nourish. It made Zeus powerful, filled him with a vitality that would one day shake the foundations of the world. When Amalthea died, Zeus honored her by placing her in the heavens as the constellation Capricorn, and from one of her broken horns came the cornucopia, the horn of plenty that could produce endless abundance. But feeding the child was only half the challenge. Sound was the danger. Babies cry, and Zeus was no exception. If Kronos heard those cries echoing from Crete, if he discovered that his youngest child lived, he would come with all his terrible power to finish what he'd started. So Gaia arranged for another kind of protection. She called upon the Curates, also known as the Chorates, warrior dancers who served the old powers of the earth. These were not ordinary men. Some said they were lesser gods or divine spirits, armed with bronze shields and spears. Their task was simple but exhausting. Whenever Zeus cried, whenever his infant voice rose in the cave, the Curates would dance. They would clash their shields together, bang their spears against bronze, create a cacophony of sound that drowned out the baby's wails. They danced without rest, whirling and leaping, making such noise that any wandering Titan would hear only the sound of ritual celebration, never suspecting that beneath the clamor, a child was growing who would one day overthrow their king. Other stories say that Zeus was suspended in a cradle between earth, sea, and sky, hanging in the space that belonged to none of Kronos' domains, making him impossible to locate. The nymphs of Crete brought honey from sacred bees to sweeten his lips. Some accounts mention that his grandmother Gaia herself visited, or that the goddess Themis took a hand in his upbringing, teaching him wisdom even as an infant. The young god grew quickly, as divine children do, and with each passing season, he became more aware of who he was and why he had been hidden. Zeus learned patience in that cave. He learned to wait, to plan, to think before acting. The darkness taught him to see in new ways. The constant protection taught him the value of loyalty. The stories the nymphs told him, stories of his imprisoned siblings, of his father's tyranny, of the prophecy that hung over everything. These stories shaped him. He was not just growing in size and strength, he was growing in purpose. As the years passed and Zeus moved from infant to child to youth, the cave became too small for him. His power was too great to be fully contained. Lightning would occasionally crackle around his fingertips when he dreamed. Thunder rumbled in his chest when he laughed. The Curetes dancing became less about hiding his cries and more about concealing the signs of his growing divinity. But Zeus was careful. He had learned control. He had learned to mask his power, to appear less than he was, because he knew that one day he would need every advantage to face his father. The moment came when Zeus reached full adulthood, when his form had grown tall and strong, when his eyes had sharpened with intelligence and determination. He could remain hidden no longer, nor did he wish to. The prophecy that had driven Kronos to madness, the same prophecy that had saved Zeus's life, now called for fulfillment. It was time to end the age of Titans. It was time to free his siblings and claim his birthright. But Zeus was no fool. He had spent his entire life listening to stories of Kronos' power, learning about the Titans who served him, understanding the forces arrayed against any who would challenge the throne. He could not simply march up to his father and demand justice. He needed a strategy. He needed help. He found it in Metis, the Oceanid goddess of wisdom and cunning thought. She was a daughter of Oceanus and Tethys, part of the older generation, but not aligned with Kronos' brutal rule. She had watched the king of Titans with growing disgust, seen how fear and paranoia had twisted him. When Zeus came to her, explaining his identity and his purpose, Metis saw in him something Kronos had lost: hope, justice, the possibility of a better order. She agreed to help him, and their alliance would prove crucial, though it would later end in tragedy. Together, Zeus and Metis crafted a plan. They would not attack Kronos directly, not yet. First, they would weaken him from within. Metis prepared a special potion. Its exact ingredients lost to time, but its effects legendary. Some versions say it was an emetic, designed to cause vomiting. Others suggest it was mixed with wine or honey, something that would disguise its true nature. The key was getting Kronos to drink it. For that, Zeus needed to get close to his father, and he had a perfect disguise. He was unknown, a young god Kronos had never seen, supposedly swallowed before he could ever become a threat. Zeus approached Kronos' palace, presenting himself as a cupbearer, a servant who would attend the king and pour his drinks. It seems almost absurd that the king of Titans would not recognize his own son, but remember, Kronos thought Zeus had been swallowed decades ago. He saw only a strong young god seeking employment, and in his arrogance, Kronos accepted him into his service. Zeus bided his time, serving Kronos his wine each day, watching and learning. He saw how his father sat on the throne, how the other Titans deferred to him, how the golden age Kronos had ushered in had become tarnished by his fear and cruelty. Then, when the moment was right, Zeus poured the cup. He added Metis's potion to Kronos' wine, masking its bitter taste with sweet honey. Kronos, never suspecting, drank deeply. The effect was not immediate, but it was inexorable. Kronos' stomach, which had held 5 gods prisoner for so long, began to rebel. A terrible nausea gripped him. His mighty frame doubled over, and then, before the assembled Titans, before his court, Kronos vomited. First came the stone, the false Zeus that Rhea had given him, tumbling from his mouth and clattering on the floor. Kronos stared at it in confusion, his mind struggling to comprehend. Then came the gods, one after another, emerging not as infants, but as fully grown deities. Poseidon came first, or perhaps Hestia. The order varies in the telling, but what matters is that they came alive, aware, and absolutely furious. Hades emerged with eyes full of dark understanding, Hera with regal dignity despite her humiliation, Demeter with the patient strength of the earth, Poseidon with the rage of a storm held too long in check, Hestia with the quiet, enduring flame of the hearth. All 5, aged to adulthood by their time in their father's belly, stepped forth and saw their youngest brother standing there, the one who had saved them, the one they had never known. The recognition was instant. They saw Zeus's face, saw the resemblance to their mother Rhea, understood immediately what had happened. They also saw Kronos, weakened and bewildered, still trying to grasp what was occurring. Zeus did not give him time to recover. He declared himself, announced his true identity, and pronounced judgment on his father. The age of fear was over. The time of justice had begun. But speaking such words and making them reality are 2 very different things. Kronos was still king of the Titans, still commanded immense power, and the palace was full of beings who had served him for ages beyond counting. Zeus and his siblings were outnumbered, outmatched, and standing in the heart of enemy territory. They fled, not out of cowardice, but out of strategic necessity. They needed time to prepare, to gather allies, to build an army. They made their way to a mountain in the north, a peak called Olympus, so tall its summit pierced the clouds. There they established their base, their fortress, their future home. And there Zeus began to plan for war. The Titanomachy was about to begin. The greatest conflict in cosmic history was gathering like storm clouds on the horizon, and nothing would ever be the same again. The war between the Titans and the Olympians was not sudden. It did not explode into being overnight. Rather, it built slowly, like pressure building deep in the earth before an earthquake. Both sides took time to marshal their forces, to call in favors, to prepare for a conflict that would determine the very structure of reality. Kronos, recovering from the shock of disgorging his children, called his siblings to Mount Othrys in the south, the traditional seat of Titan power. The mountain was ancient and strong, wrapped in the authority of the old ways. There, Kronos made his case. Zeus was a usurper, a child who didn't understand the responsibilities of power, who would bring chaos if allowed to rule. Several Titans answered Kronos' call. Iapetus came, fierce and warlike, bringing with him his sons Atlas and Menoetius. Hyperion arrived, lord of light before there were sun gods to claim the title. Coeus and Creus, both brothers of Kronos, sided with the old king out of loyalty or fear. Thea, Mnemosyne, Phoebe, and Tethys, the Titanesses who had helped shape the early world, aligned themselves with Mount Othrys. Not all the Titans chose Kronos' side, however. Notably, Oceanus, the great river that circled the world, remained neutral, too old and wise to throw himself into this particular conflict. And crucially, Themis, goddess of divine law and justice, looked at what Kronos had become and made a different choice. Themis joined Zeus on Mount Olympus. With her came her clear vision of justice, her understanding that the age of Titans had grown corrupt, that Kronos' fear had poisoned his rule. Her son Prometheus, the Titan blessed with foresight, also sided with the Olympians, for he had seen how this war would end, and he chose to stand with the winners. His brother Epimetheus came with him. These defections were important, for they showed that this was not simply young against old. This was a battle between different visions of how the cosmos should be ordered, between paranoid tyranny and the promise of something better. But Zeus knew that even with these allies, the Olympians were outmatched. The Titans had ruled for ages. They had power that came from the dawn of time itself. He needed more than a few defectors from the old guard. He needed something that would tilt the balance decisively in his favor. So he made a journey, one fraught with danger. He descended into the earth itself, down through layers of stone and darkness, down into the deepest part of the underworld, to the prison called Tartarus. This was where Kronos had imprisoned his own siblings, the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires, the 100-handed ones, locking them away as his father Uranus had done before him. The way to Tartarus was guarded by Campe, a she-dragon of terrible power, placed there specifically to ensure that nothing escaped the abyss. Zeus battled her in the darkness, his natural power flaring for the first time in true combat. Lightning blazed in the depths. The clash was brutal and short. Zeus slew Campe, her blood painting the stones, and pressed onto the prison itself. There he found the Cyclopes, 3 beings whose single eyes gleamed with imprisoned rage. Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, masters of thunder, lightning, and brightness respectively. They had been trapped in darkness for so long, they had almost forgotten what their craft could create. Zeus broke their chains. He freed them with a promise. Join him in this war, help him overthrow Kronos, and never again would they be imprisoned for their appearance or their power. The Cyclopes, feeling freedom for the first time in ages, looked at this young god who had risked everything to release them, and they agreed. In gratitude, they forged weapons such as the world had never seen. For Zeus, they crafted the thunderbolt, a weapon of pure lightning that could split the sky and shake the earth. It was not just a tool of destruction, but a symbol of authority, the ultimate expression of storm power. For Poseidon, Zeus's brother who commanded the loyalty of water, they forged a trident, a 3-pronged spear that could stir the seas into fury or calm them with a gesture. For Hades, the darkest of the siblings who would one day rule the dead, they crafted the helm of darkness, a crown that made its wearer invisible, allowing him to move unseen through any battlefield. Armed with these weapons, Zeus descended even deeper into Tartarus. There he found the Hecatoncheires, the 100-handed ones. Cottus, Briareus, and Gyges were monsters by any standard, each possessing 50 heads and 100 arms, beings of such raw power that even the Titans had feared them. They had been imprisoned even longer than the Cyclopes, buried so deep that some had forgotten they existed. Zeus freed them as well, and their gratitude was even more profound. Beings of such strength who could hurl mountains like stones, who could fight 100 foes simultaneously, now swore themselves to Zeus's cause. The balance of power had shifted. The Olympians now had weapons and warriors to match the Titans. The war, when it finally erupted in full, was cataclysmic. Imagine the earth itself tearing apart, the sky burning, the seas boiling with rage. For 10 years, the battle raged without pause. The Titans fought from Mount Othrys in the south. The Olympians fought from Mount Olympus in the north. Between them, the world suffered. Mountains were torn from their foundations and hurled as weapons. Rivers boiled away to nothing. Forests burned, and the smoke blotted out the sun. Mortal creatures that existed in those days, if any did, would have huddled in caves or the depths of the ocean, praying for the gods to end their conflict. Zeus stood at the center of the Olympian forces, his thunderbolts lighting up the battlefield with terrifying regularity. Each throw was a flash of judgment, a strike that could reduce a mountain to rubble or send a titan reeling. Poseidon commanded waves of water to crash against the Titan lines, floods that swept away entire armies. Hades moved unseen through the chaos, striking from unexpected angles, spreading fear and confusion. Hera, Hestia, and Demeter held the defensive lines. ensuring that no Titan breakthrough could reach Olympus itself. On the other side, Kronos wielded the same sickle that had once overthrown his father, trying to reclaim the authority he'd lost. Atlas, who had been named second in command of the Titan forces, fought with the strength of one who could bear the entire world. Iapetus matched Zeus's lightning with his own fierce attacks. Hyperion blazed with the light of ancient suns. The battle was not just physical. It was a clash of wills, of fundamental philosophies about power and rule. Would the cosmos be governed by fear and control, or by justice tempered with strength? The Cyclopes worked tirelessly, forging more weapons, replenishing the Olympian arsenal. The Hecatoncheires were everywhere at once, their 100 hands flinging boulders at such speed that the air itself screamed. They created barrages that looked like meteor storms, each rock carrying enough force to shatter stone. The Titans, for all their power, had no answer to this. They had relied on their individual strength, on their ancient authority, but the Olympians fought as a coordinated force, each god playing to their strengths, covering each other's weaknesses. Slowly, inexorably, the tide turned. The Titans were pushed back, their lines broken, their confidence shattered. Kronos, seeing his reign crumbling, fought with the desperation of a king who knows he's witnessing his own end. But even his fury could not turn back what was coming. Zeus, wielding his thunderbolt, struck Kronos down, not killing him, for gods are not so easily slain, but defeating him utterly, removing his power, breaking his authority. One by one, the other Titans fell or surrendered. Some were struck by lightning. Some were overwhelmed by the Hecatoncheires. Some simply stopped fighting when they saw Kronos defeated, understanding that the prophecy had been fulfilled, that the age of Titans was over. The victorious Olympians showed no mercy to those who had sided with Kronos. They were not content to simply remove them from power. They dragged the defeated Titans down through the layers of the world, down to Tartarus, the same prison from which Zeus had freed the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires. The irony was not lost on anyone. Kronos, who had imprisoned his siblings, was now imprisoned himself. The bronze gates of Tartarus clanged shut, and the Hecatoncheires took up positions as guards, ensuring that no Titan would ever escape. Atlas alone received a different, arguably worse punishment. For his role as battlefield commander against the Olympians, he was sentenced to hold up the sky itself for all eternity, his massive shoulders bearing the weight of the heavens, a living reminder of the price of rebellion against Zeus's new order. Not all Titans were imprisoned. Those who had sided with Zeus, Themis and Prometheus most notably, were honored and given places in the new cosmic order. Oceanus, who had remained neutral, was allowed to continue his ancient work, flowing around the world. But the majority of the old powers were locked away, and with their defeat, the world entered a new age. The Titanomachy was over. The Olympians had won. But victory brought new questions. With Kronos dethroned and the Titans imprisoned, who would rule what? How would the cosmos be divided? The war had unified the Olympians in purpose, but now came the harder task. Governance, power sharing, building something that would last. Zeus stood on the battlefield, still holding his thunderbolt, and looked at his brothers. Poseidon's eyes held the depths of the sea. Hades's gaze was dark with understanding. 3 brothers, equally powerful, each with a claim to rule. How could they divide the world without sparking another war? The answer would shape everything that followed. The problem was delicate. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades had fought together, bled together, defeated their father together. Each had proven his worth, his power, his right to authority. But there could only be one supreme ruler, one ultimate king. The cosmos was vast, yes, but infinite power in multiple hands is simply a formula for conflict. They needed a solution that honored all 3 while establishing a clear hierarchy. The solution they chose was ancient and fair. They would cast lots, let fate itself decide the division of the world. Some accounts say they drew straws. Others speak of dice or marked stones drawn from a helmet. The method matters less than the result. 3 brothers, 3 domains, 3 aspects of reality. When the lots were drawn, when fate made its pronouncement, the world was divided thusly. Zeus drew the sky, the broad heavens, the air and clouds, the realm of storms and weather. It was the highest place, the vantage point from which all could be seen, the position of ultimate authority. He became lord of the atmosphere, king of thunder and lightning, ruler of Mount Olympus itself. The sky was his throne room, lightning his scepter. From this height, he would govern both gods and mortals, dispensing justice, enforcing oaths, maintaining the order they had fought to establish. Poseidon drew the sea, all the waters of the world, from the salty depths of the ocean to the rivers that carved through continents, from the springs that bubbled from hillsides to the rain that fell from Zeus's clouds. The sea was vast, temperamental, full of mystery and monsters. It suited Poseidon perfectly, for he carried that same wildness in his soul. He built his palace beneath the waves, a magnificent structure of coral and gold, where he ruled over not just water, but all the creatures that lived within it. Nereids and Tritons became his subjects. Sea serpents and leviathans answered to his command. When Poseidon struck the ocean floor with his trident, earthquakes shook the world. When he stirred the waters into fury, ships were swallowed and coastlines reshaped. Hades drew the underworld, the realm of the dead, the shadowed kingdom beneath the earth, where all mortal souls eventually traveled. It was not a punishment, though many would later see it that way. Someone had to rule the dead, to maintain order in that grey realm, to ensure that the boundary between life and death remained intact. Hades accepted this role with stern dignity. He built his own palace in the depths, a dark mirror to Zeus's bright Olympus and Poseidon's oceanic splendor. His wife would eventually be Persephone, though that story would come later. His kingdom held Tartarus as its deepest level, where the Titans languished, but also the asphodel fields where ordinary souls wandered, and eventually the Elysian fields where heroes found rest. The earth itself, Gaia's body, remained common to all 3 brothers. No single god would rule it outright. Mortals could walk its surface without answering solely to one divine authority. The mountains belonged to none and to all. The forests grew wild under no single banner. This was meant to be a neutral ground, a shared space where the domains overlapped. In practice, of course, mortals quickly learned that the earth was where the gods' conflicts played out, where their jealousies and passions affected human lives, where prayers rose up and divine judgment rained down. With the domains divided, Zeus claimed his position as king of the gods, not because he had drawn the best lot, though the sky was certainly symbolically superior, but because his role in the war had marked him as leader. He had freed his siblings. He had planned the campaign. He had freed the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires. He had struck down Kronos. The others acknowledged his authority, some more readily than others. Poseidon occasionally chafed under Zeus's rule, feeling that his own realm made him Zeus's equal. Hades, more solitary by nature, simply retreated to his kingdom and ruled there without interference. But Zeus's word became law. His judgments were final. His power was supreme, not because he was the oldest or necessarily the strongest in raw force, but because he had proven himself the most capable of leadership. On Mount Olympus, Zeus established his court. The other Olympian gods began to gather. Hera, his sister, would become his queen, though their relationship would be notoriously stormy. Hestia, the eldest, took her place as goddess of the hearth, the eternal flame that burned at the center of Olympus. Demeter became goddess of the harvest, ensuring that mortals would have grain to sustain them. New gods joined the pantheon, born from the unions of the original Olympians. or emerging from other sources. Athena would spring from Zeus's own head. Apollo and Artemis would be born to Leto. Hermes would arrive as Zeus's clever messenger. Ares would embody war. Aphrodite would rise from the sea foam, bringing love and desire. Hephaestus would forge at his anvil, creating wonders of metalwork. Dionysus would later join, bringing wine and ecstasy. This new order was more complex than the Titan rule had been. Where Kronos had governed through fear and maintained his throne by swallowing threats, Zeus ruled through a combination of power, wisdom, and political maneuvering. He rewarded loyalty. Styx, the river goddess who had been first to bring her children to fight for the Olympians, was honored above all other rivers. Her name became the most sacred oath a god could swear, binding even Zeus himself. Her children, Nike, Kratos, Bia, and Zelos, representing victory, strength, force, and rivalry, became Zeus's constant attendants, standing guard at his throne. Zeus also understood the importance of justice tempered with mercy. While he had imprisoned the Titans who fought against him, he didn't seek to destroy them utterly. In some later accounts, he eventually released those Titans who had fought well, recognizing that eternal imprisonment served no purpose once his rule was secure. He assigned roles and responsibilities to the gods, creating a divine bureaucracy that would manage the affairs of both heaven and earth. Each god had their domain, their sphere of influence, their duties. This created a system that was both hierarchical and functional, with Zeus at the top, but each deity holding real power within their area. But establishing a new cosmic order was one thing. Maintaining it would prove far more difficult. Zeus's rule would be constantly tested, not just by external threats, but by his own nature, his own decisions, his own passions. The greatest king of gods was about to discover that power came with complications that no thunderbolt could solve. First among those complications would be his relationships, his marriages, his countless affairs, and the children they produced. Zeus's personal life would become legendary, a tangled web of love, lust, jealousy, and divine offspring that would reshape the world again and again. And at the center of that web, watching with burning jealousy, would be Hera, the goddess who became his final and most enduring wife. Before Hera became his queen, before the storms of their marriage shook Olympus, Zeus took other wives. This was not unusual for the time, not seen as wrong or shameful. In the ordering of the cosmos, different goddesses represented different aspects of rule, different kinds of wisdom Zeus needed to establish his reign properly. His first wife, and perhaps the most significant, was Metis, the Oceanid, who had helped him defeat Kronos. Metis was wisdom personified, cunning thought given form. She was beautiful, yes, but more importantly, she was clever, insightful, able to see solutions where others saw only problems. Zeus married her soon after the Titanomachy, recognizing that a king needed wise counsel as much as military might. Their union seemed perfect. Metis advised Zeus on matters of governance, helped him navigate the complex politics of establishing a new pantheon, taught him when to be merciful and when to be firm. She became pregnant with their first child, and Zeus looked forward to being a father in a way that Kronos never had. But then prophecy reared its head again. That same curse that had haunted Kronos now reached for Zeus. Gaia and Uranus, whether out of wisdom or mischief, revealed to Zeus that Metis was fated to bear 2 children. The first would be a daughter of immense wisdom and power, but the second would be a son, and this son would be greater than his father, destined to overthrow Zeus, just as Zeus had overthrown Kronos, just as Kronos had overthrown Uranus. The cycle of succession threatened to continue. Zeus, who had built his entire identity around breaking that cycle, around establishing a permanent order, faced a terrible choice. He could let Metis carry both children to term and hope to prevent the prophecy through other means. Or he could act preemptively, as his father had, and stop the threat before it materialized. Zeus chose action, but he was craftier than Kronos had been. He didn't simply try to swallow his children. He went to the source. He convinced Metis to play a game with him, a game of transformation, where they would each take different forms. When Metis turned herself into a fly, small and helpless, Zeus swallowed her whole. It was not the same as Kronos' child-eating, but it wasn't entirely different either. Metis was trapped inside Zeus's body, still alive, still conscious, but unable to escape, unable to give birth to the son who would overthrow him. The prophecy was broken, or at least delayed indefinitely. But Metis's daughter had already been conceived, and divine pregnancy follows different rules than mortal gestation. Inside Zeus, Metis continued her work. She shaped their daughter, gave her wisdom, armored her in divine bronze. And when the time came, when the child was ready to be born, she could not emerge through normal means. Zeus began to suffer terrible headaches, pounding pain that even his godly constitution couldn't ignore. Finally, in desperation, Zeus called for Hephaestus, the smith god. He ordered him to strike Zeus's head with an axe, to cleave it open and see what was causing such agony. Hephaestus, reluctant but obedient, swung his axe. Zeus's skull split open, and from the wound sprang Athena, fully grown, fully armored, bearing a spear and shield, her eyes blazing with intelligence and battle-ready fury. She gave a war cry that shook Olympus, then stepped calmly before her father, already his equal in many ways, already destined to become one of the greatest of the Olympian gods. Zeus's head healed instantly, the wound closing as if it had never been, and inside him, Metis remained, still offering counsel, still whispering wisdom, now literally part of Zeus's own mind. He had gained her knowledge permanently, absorbed it into his very being. In a sense, he had become what she offered, wisdom and cunning forever integrated into his rule. Zeus's second wife was Themis, the Titaness who had sided with him during the war. Themis represented divine law, natural order, the way things should be. She was solemn and serious, not given to emotion or passion, but Zeus needed what she offered. A new cosmic order required laws, principles, structures that would govern how gods and mortals interacted. Themis became his partner in creating these laws. Together, they established the foundations of justice, the rules that even gods would be expected to follow. Their union produced remarkable children. First came the Horae, goddesses of the seasons. Their names were Eunomia, representing good order, Dike, representing justice, and Irene, representing peace. These three embodied the essential elements of a well-governed cosmos. Then came the Moirai, the three fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, who spun, measured, and cut the threads of every life. Even Zeus himself would be bound by the fates' decisions, for they represented something older and deeper than any single god's will. Zeus's third marriage was to Eurynome, an Oceanid described as a beautiful ocean nymph. Their union produced the three graces, the charities. Aglaia embodied splendor and glory, Euphrosyne brought joy and mirth, and Thalia represented festivity and celebration. These goddesses added beauty and pleasure to the cosmos, reminding everyone that rule was not only about power and law, but also about joy and celebration. The Graces would dance at divine festivals, attend important ceremonies, and generally bring lightness to Olympus. Next came Demeter, Zeus's own sister. Their relationship was complicated, as most divine romances were. Demeter resisted Zeus's advances initially, but he persisted, in some accounts taking the form of a bull to overcome her resistance. From their union came Persephone, who would later become central to one of Greek mythology's most important stories. Persephone's eventual abduction by Hades and Demeter's grief would create the seasons, winter coming when mother and daughter were separated, spring returning when they reunited. Zeus's fifth wife was Mnemosyne, the titaness of memory. He spent 9 consecutive nights with her, and from those 9 nights of passion came 9 daughters, the Muses. Calliope represented epic poetry. Clio embodied history. Erato inspired love poetry. Euterpe brought music and lyric poetry. Melpomene represented tragedy. Polyhymnia brought sacred hymns. Terpsichore inspired dance. Thalia, not to be confused with the Grace of the same name, represented comedy. And Urania embodied astronomy. The Muses would become essential to human culture, inspiring artists, poets, musicians, and scholars throughout history. Zeus's 6th wife was Leto, a titaness of considerable beauty and gentleness. When she became pregnant with Zeus's children, she already knew it would bring trouble. Hera had by this point become Zeus's primary consort and was growing increasingly jealous of his affairs. Hera's wrath fell heavily on Leto, forbidding any land to give her shelter, cursing her to wander homeless and give birth in a place that saw neither sun nor stars. Leto, in terrible pain, searched desperately for sanctuary. Finally, the floating island of Delos, which belonged to no fixed location, agreed to harbor her. There, Leto gave birth to twins. First came Artemis, who emerged painlessly and then immediately assisted her mother in delivering her twin brother, Apollo. Both children would grow to become major Olympian gods, Artemis ruling over the hunt and wilderness, Apollo claiming dominion over light, music, prophecy, and healing. Then came Hera, Zeus's 7th and final wife. Or rather, Hera returned to the forefront, for she had always been there, always been part of his life. She was his sister, yes, but also the goddess of marriage, queenship, and childbirth. She was regal, powerful, proud, and deeply aware of her own dignity. The story of how Zeus courted Hera is telling. He didn't simply command her to marry him, as he might have done with his position as king. Instead, he transformed himself into a cuckoo bird, small and seemingly helpless, caught in a rainstorm. The bird flew to Hera, bedraggled and pitiful, and she, moved by compassion, took it to her breast to warm and shelter it. Once secured in her embrace, Zeus transformed back into his divine form. He had breached her defenses, gotten past her dignity and pride, reached her compassionate heart. He then seduced her, and afterward, to preserve her honor, offered her marriage. Hera accepted, and their wedding became the first great ceremony of the Olympian age. All the gods attended. The Hesperides brought golden apples from their garden as gifts. The celebration lasted 300 years in divine time, and when it was over, Hera became queen of Olympus, Zeus's official consort, the goddess by his side on the throne. But if Zeus thought marriage to Hera would settle his romantic life, he was profoundly mistaken. Their marriage would become legendary for all the wrong reasons. Hera was the goddess of marriage, devoted to the sanctity of the marital bond, while Zeus was, to put it mildly, unfaithful, persistently, constantly, almost compulsively unfaithful. He pursued goddesses, nymphs, and mortal women with equal enthusiasm, transforming into various shapes to seduce them, granting them his attentions, and leaving behind children who would reshape the world. And Hera, watching from Olympus, grew increasingly furious. She could not punish Zeus directly. He was too powerful, the king of gods, wielder of the thunderbolt. But the objects of his affection, his lovers, his illegitimate children, these were fair game in Hera's eyes. She became known for her vengeful rage, pursuing Zeus's paramours with terrible persistence, transforming them into animals, driving them mad, arranging their deaths, or at minimum making their lives miserable. Io, a priestess Zeus loved, was transformed into a cow and tormented by a gadfly sent by Hera to sting her constantly. Europa, the Phoenician princess Zeus abducted while disguised as a bull, was hounded across lands. Callisto was turned into a bear. Semele, princess of Thebes, was tricked by Hera into demanding Zeus show her his true form, which immediately immolated her. though Zeus managed to save their unborn child Dionysus. The marriage of Zeus and Hera became a celestial soap opera, full of infidelity, jealousy, punishment, and occasional reconciliation. They had children together: Ares, the god of war, savage and brutal; Hebe, goddess of youth, who would eventually marry Heracles; Eileithyia, goddess of childbirth. And in some accounts, Hephaestus, though other versions say Hera, birthed him alone in retaliation for Zeus birthing Athena without her. But despite these legitimate offspring, despite the official status of their marriage, Zeus never stopped his extramarital activities, and Hera never stopped being furious about them. Why did Zeus behave this way? Was it simple lust? Certainly that played a role. But there's more to it than mere appetite. Many of Zeus's affairs served political purposes, binding him to different regions, different cities, different lineages. The children he fathered with mortal women became heroes, founders of dynasties, kings who traced their authority back to divine blood. Perseus, Heracles, Helen of Troy, Minos of Crete, all carried Zeus's heritage and helped establish his worship across the Greek world. In this sense, Zeus's promiscuity was also a form of cosmic governance, spreading his influence, creating allies, ensuring that no corner of the world was beyond his reach. But this explanation never satisfied Hera. To her, each affair was a betrayal, each illegitimate child a slap in the face. She was the goddess of marriage, and her own marriage was a mockery of everything she represented. The irony was not lost on anyone. The Queen of Heaven, who blessed marital unions and punished adultery among mortals, could not control her own husband's wandering. It must have been maddening for her, this constant humiliation. Yet she endured, because she was Hera, because she was queen, because leaving Zeus would mean abandoning the power and position she had fought to secure. Their fights were legendary. Thunder would shake Olympus when they argued. Other gods learned to stay out of their way when Hera's jealous rage or Zeus's defensive anger flared up. Once, according to Homer, Hera led a conspiracy against Zeus, joining with Poseidon and Athena to bind the king of gods while he slept. They nearly succeeded, wrapping him in chains, but Thetis, the sea nymph, summoned Briareus, one of the Hecatoncheires, to Olympus. The 100-handed giant freed Zeus, and the conspirators faced his thunderous wrath. Zeus threatened terrible punishments. He reminded them that his power was absolute, that he could cast any god down to Tartarus if he chose. The rebellion ended quickly, but it revealed something important. Even Zeus, for all his power, could be challenged. Even the king of gods had to maintain his authority through a combination of strength and political skill. Zeus's 7 marriages had given him multiple families, dozens of children, alliances with various divine factions, but they had also created complications that would echo through mythology for ages. His relationship with Hera was toxic, but unbreakable. His absorbed first wife Metis whispered, constantly in his mind, reminding him of prophecies and threats. His other wives and their children formed a complex network of loyalties and resentments that made governing Olympus an exercise in diplomatic skill as much as divine power. And still, Zeus was not done fathering children. His affairs with mortals would produce some of mythology's greatest heroes and some of its greatest tragedies. But before we delve into those stories, we need to understand what happened after Zeus secured his throne, because victory over the Titans was not the end of threats to his rule. The greatest challenge was yet to come, a threat so terrible that all of Olympus would tremble before it. This was the creature called Typhon, and his battle with Zeus would shake the very foundations of the world. The cosmos had been reorganized. The Titans were imprisoned. Zeus ruled from Olympus with his siblings and the new generation of gods by his side. It seemed that order had finally been established, that the prophesied cycle of succession had been broken. But Gaia, the earth herself, was not satisfied. She had given birth to the Titans. She had counseled Zeus on how to defeat Kronos. She had helped establish this new order. And how had she been repaid? Her children, the Titans, were locked in Tartarus, suffering in darkness. The giants, another group of her offspring, had fought against the Olympians in the Gigantomachy and been defeated. Gaia looked at this pattern and saw that Zeus, for all his talk of justice, was simply another king, crushing anyone who threatened his power. So the earth, patient and ancient, decided to birth one more child. One final creation that would test the Olympians, that would challenge Zeus's supremacy, that might end his reign entirely. She lay with Tartarus, the deepest abyss, the place of ultimate darkness and torment. From that union of earth and abyss came Typhon, also called Typhoeus, a creature of such monstrosity, such power, such terror, that even describing him strains mortal language. Typhon was enormous, larger than mountains, tall enough that his head scraped the stars when he stood upright. His body from the waist down was composed of massive coiled serpents, not legs, but dozens of vipers writhing and hissing, each one capable of crushing an elephant. His upper body was humanoid but monstrous, covered in scales, rippling with impossible strength. But most terrible of all were his heads. Some accounts say he had 100 dragon heads growing from his shoulders, each one capable of breathing different types of destruction. Fire poured from one, freezing ice from another, acidic venom from a third. Other sources say he had one main head, vaguely human but twisted and terrible, while hundreds of snake heads emerged from his body. His eyes blazed with fire that could melt stone. His mouth could swallow whole buildings. When he spoke, his voice contained multitudes, sometimes bellowing like a bull, sometimes roaring like a lion, sometimes barking like a pack of dogs, sometimes hissing like serpents, sometimes emitting sounds no mortal language could describe. Typhon's very existence was an affront to order. He represented raw chaos, nature at its most violent and uncontrollable. Where Zeus brought law and structure, Typhon brought destruction and entropy. Where the Olympians represented civilized power, Typhon was the wild fury of the earth itself. When he emerged from his birthplace in Cilicia, a region in what's now southern Turkey, and began his march toward Olympus, the gods recognized immediately that this was different from any threat they'd faced before. This wasn't a war that could be won through military strategy. This was elemental conflict, order versus chaos. And the outcome would determine whether the world could exist as anything other than primordial destruction. The gods panicked. According to some versions, when Typhon approached, the Olympians transformed themselves into animals and fled to Egypt, hiding from the monster's wrath. Aphrodite became a fish. Artemis turned into a cat. Apollo became a crow. Hermes transformed into an ibis. They scattered and hid, seeking safety in distance and disguise. Only Athena remained on Olympus, standing firm, and when she saw her father Zeus hesitating, she shamed him into action. A goddess of wisdom and war, reminding the king of gods that fleeing was not an option, that his throne meant standing against threats, even when victory wasn't certain. Zeus, gathering his courage and his power, prepared for battle. He armed himself with his thunderbolts, the weapons that had defeated the Titans, and marched out to meet Typhon. The confrontation began in the skies above the earth, two titanic powers meeting in aerial combat. Zeus hurled thunderbolt after thunderbolt, each one striking with the force of a volcanic eruption. The sky filled with lightning, brilliant and terrible, each flash illuminating Typhon's monstrous form. The creature barely flinched. His multiple heads breathed fire back at Zeus, streams of flame hot enough to melt the bronze gates of Olympus. The earth below shook with their conflict. Mountains crumbled, forests burned, the sea boiled where Poseidon watched from below, unable to intervene in this aerial duel. The fight was more brutal than anything Zeus had experienced. Typhon was stronger than he'd anticipated, faster, more resilient. The monster's 100 hands grabbed at Zeus, trying to drag him down, trying to tear him apart. At one point, Typhon succeeded in getting Zeus into his grip. The king of gods struggled, lightning crackling around him, but Typhon's strength was overwhelming. The monster pinned Zeus down, and then, with terrible precision, used blades made from adamantine, the hardest substance in existence, to cut the tendons from Zeus's hands and feet. The sinews that allowed movement, that gave his body power, were severed and removed. Crippled, helpless, Zeus was dragged to a cave in Cilicia. Typhon stored the divine tendons in a bearskin bag and left them guarded by another monster, the she-dragon Delphine, half woman and half serpent. Zeus lay in the cave, more powerless than he'd ever been, unable even to move, his divine body betrayed by the simple removal of connective tissue. Typhon left him there and began his assault on Olympus proper, confident that the greatest threat to his dominance had been neutralized. For a moment, it seemed the prophecy had come true in a way no one expected. Not that Zeus would be overthrown by his son, but that he would be overthrown by an uncle, by a creature born from the same primordial powers that had birthed the Titans. But Zeus was not without allies. Hermes, the clever messenger god, managed to enter the cave undetected. He found Zeus lying there, watching over the godly sinews. With Pan's help, the god of the wild, Hermes distracted or defeated Delphine and recovered the stolen tendons. They carefully reattached them to Zeus's body. Divine flesh healed quickly once the connection was restored, and within moments, Zeus could move again. His power flooded back, rage and determination mixing into something terrible and focused. He would not be defeated by this monster. He would not allow chaos to tear down everything he'd built. Zeus erupted from the cave like a storm given form. He flew straight back to Olympus, gathered every thunderbolt the Cyclopes could forge, and returned to the battle with renewed fury. The second round of fighting was even more intense than the first. Zeus no longer held back. He struck Typhon again and again, lightning bolts raining down in a ceaseless barrage. The monster's heads were set ablaze, fire meeting fire. The creature's own heat weapon turned against him. Typhon tried to respond, tried to mount a defense, but Zeus was relentless. He struck from every angle, diving and weaving, using his control over the sky to stay out of reach while hammering Typhon with destructive force. The turning point came when Zeus used his ultimate weapon. He lifted Mount Etna, the entire volcanic mountain, and hurled it at Typhon. The mountain crashed down on the monster, pinning him beneath its massive weight. Typhon struggled, his 100 heads screaming in rage and pain, his serpentine lower body writhing, trying to escape. But Zeus poured his power into that mountain, binding Typhon beneath it, imprisoning him as he had imprisoned the Titans in Tartarus. The volcano's fire was Typhon's own heat, trapped and redirected. When Etna erupts, it's Typhon's rage trying to break free. When earthquakes shake Sicily, it's the monster shifting beneath his prison, still struggling after all these ages. Some versions say Zeus didn't use Etna, but instead cast Typhon down into Tartarus, the same prison that held the Titans, adding one more prisoner to that lightless abyss. Other accounts place Typhon under different mountains, or on the island of Ischia. The location varied in the telling, but the result was always the same. Typhon was defeated, imprisoned, removed as a threat. Zeus had survived the greatest challenge to his rule, a challenge that had literally crippled him, and he had emerged victorious. The battle with Typhon changed Zeus in subtle ways. He had been humbled, shown his own vulnerability, reminded that power alone wasn't enough to guarantee victory. He became more cautious afterward, more aware of potential threats. He also became more certain of his right to rule, having proven that he could overcome even a monster created specifically to destroy him. The Olympian order was secure. No more challenges would come that Zeus couldn't handle, or so he believed. But while Typhon was the last great cosmic threat, while no monster would again threaten Olympus itself, Zeus's rule would be tested in other ways, through his own decisions, through his treatment of mortals. through the complex web of relationships and offspring that would spread his influence across the world while simultaneously creating new problems, new tragedies, new stories. Zeus had established himself as undisputed king, but what does it mean to be king of gods and mortals? What responsibilities come with absolute power? Zeus's role extended far beyond simply sitting on a throne and throwing lightning bolts. He was the dispenser of justice, the keeper of oaths, the protector of guests and strangers, the god who maintained cosmic order against the constant pull of chaos. He held two great urns, according to Homer, one filled with blessings and one with sorrows. From these urns, he distributed fate to mortals, deciding who would prosper and who would suffer, mixing blessings and curses as he saw fit. One of Zeus's most important roles was as guardian of oaths. When anyone, mortal or immortal, swore an oath, they swore by the river Styx, and Zeus enforced those oaths. Breaking an oath sworn on the Styx meant incurring Zeus's wrath, and that wrath could take many forms. Lightning strikes were the most direct, a bolt from the sky, judgment rendered in an instant. But Zeus was also known for more subtle punishments, allowing oath-breakers to succeed temporarily before arranging their downfall, teaching hard lessons about the importance of keeping one's word. Zeus also protected the sacred relationship between guest and host. This was called xenia in Greek, and it was foundational to ancient society. Travelers needed to trust that they would be treated well by strangers, and hosts needed to trust that guests wouldn't abuse their hospitality. Zeus enforced this through his aspect as Zeus Xenios, the protector of strangers. Anyone who harmed a guest, or anyone who abused a host's generosity, would face divine punishment. The story of Baucis and Philemon illustrates this beautifully. Zeus and Hermes, disguised as poor travelers, sought shelter from 1,000 homes and were turned away every time. Only an elderly couple, Baucis and Philemon, opened their doors and shared what little they had. Zeus rewarded them by transforming their humble home into a temple and granting them their wish to die at the same moment, so neither would have to live without the other. The town that had refused hospitality was flooded and destroyed. Zeus's justice could be harsh, but it followed a logic, a code. Hubris, excessive pride that caused mortals to overreach their station or claim equality with gods, was punished severely. Arachne, who claimed her weaving surpassed Athena's, was transformed into a spider. Niobe, who boasted of having more children than Leto, watched all 14 of her children killed by Apollo and Artemis, before being turned to stone, eternally weeping. Ixion, who lusted after Hera, was bound to a flaming wheel in Tartarus, spinning forever. These punishments weren't arbitrary cruelty. They were lessons, reminders that there was an order to the cosmos, a hierarchy that had to be respected. But Zeus's relationship with mortals was more complex than simple judgment and punishment. He also fathered children with mortal women, creating a bloodline of heroes who would shape human history. These unions were controversial even in ancient times, with later philosophers questioning why a god would lower himself to such entanglements. But from Zeus's perspective, these affairs served multiple purposes. They created bonds between heaven and earth. They introduced divine bloodlines into human kingdoms, legitimizing rulers and establishing cult centers. They produced heroes who could deal with threats that gods themselves couldn't or wouldn't address directly, monsters that plagued the mortal world, injustices that needed mortal agency to correct. These were handled by Zeus's half-divine children. The most famous of these mortal liaisons involved Alcmene, a princess of Mycenae married to Amphitryon. Zeus desired her for her virtue as much as her beauty. She was known as one of the most righteous women of her age, faithful to her husband, dedicated to justice. Zeus took the form of Amphitryon himself, appearing to Alcmene on a night when her real husband was away at war. He even extended that night to 3 times its normal length, wanting to savor the time with her. From this union came Heracles, or Hercules as the Romans would call him, the greatest hero of Greek mythology. Heracles' life would be complicated by Zeus's infidelity. Hera, learning of yet another affair, yet another illegitimate child, turned her considerable wrath toward this infant. She sent serpents to strangle Heracles in his cradle, but even as a baby, he possessed such strength that he throttled the snakes instead, laughing as he did so. This was only the beginning of Hera's persecution. Throughout his life, Heracles would face trials orchestrated by the Queen of Heaven, most famously the 12 labors, that would take him across the known world, forcing him to battle monsters and complete impossible tasks. Yet these trials also made him a legend, transforming him from merely a strong man into a cultural icon. When Heracles finally died, consumed by poisoned blood, Zeus lifted him to Olympus and granted him immortality, making him the only mortal ever to become a full god. Hera, in a surprising twist, even reconciled with him, giving him her daughter Hebe as a wife. Another famous mortal affair involved Danae, princess of Argos. Her father, King Acrisius, had been warned by an oracle that his grandson would kill him. To prevent this, he locked Danae in a bronze tower, ensuring she could never be with a man and bear children. But Zeus, intrigued by her beauty and the challenge, transformed himself into a shower of golden rain that seeped through the tower's roof and into Danae's lap. She became pregnant with Perseus, who would grow up to be one of mythology's greatest heroes, slayer of Medusa, rescuer of Andromeda, founder of Mycenae. The prophecy, of course, came true despite Acrisius's precautions. Perseus accidentally killed his grandfather with a discus throw at athletic games years later, proving once again that trying to avoid fate only makes it come true in unexpected ways. Zeus seduced Leda, queen of Sparta, by transforming into a swan. Some versions say he was fleeing an eagle, and Leda took pity on him, only for him to take advantage of her compassion. From this unusual union, Leda laid eggs, from which hatched 4 children. Helen, who would become Helen of Troy, the most beautiful woman in the world, whose face would launch 1,000 ships. Pollux, who would become one of the Dioscuri, the divine twins. And from her human husband Tyndareus on the same night, she bore Clytemnestra and Castor, the mortal twins. These children would shape the fate of Greece, Helen's abduction triggering the Trojan War, Clytemnestra murdering Agamemnon upon his return, the twins becoming constellation gods. Europa, a Phoenician princess, caught Zeus's eye while she played on a beach. He transformed into a magnificent white bull, gentle and beautiful, adorned with flowers. Europa and her companions were charmed by the creature. She climbed onto its back, and Zeus immediately leaped into the sea, swimming with her across the Mediterranean to Crete. There he revealed himself and made love to her beneath a plane tree. From their union came 3 sons who would become kings and judges: Minos, who would rule Crete and later judge souls in the underworld; Rhadamanthus, known for his justice; and Sarpedon, who would fight at Troy. The continent of Europe itself took its name from this princess whom Zeus abducted. Perhaps most tragically, Zeus fell in love with Semele, a mortal princess of Thebes. He visited her in disguise, and she became pregnant with his child. But Hera, discovering the affair, disguised herself as an old woman and visited Semele. She planted seeds of doubt, suggesting that Zeus wasn't really Zeus, that perhaps Semele's lover was lying about his identity. How could she be sure? There was only one way: make him appear in his true form, as he appeared to Hera. Semele, manipulated by Hera's cruel wisdom, asked Zeus to grant her a wish and made him swear on the river Styx to honor it. Then she asked to see him as he truly was. Zeus knew this would kill her. No mortal could witness a god's true form and survive. But he had sworn on the Styx, and even he could not break that oath. With tears in his eyes, Zeus revealed himself, lightning blazing around him, power unmasked, and Semele was instantly incinerated. But Zeus acted quickly. He snatched their unborn child from her womb and sewed the fetus into his own thigh, carrying it to term himself. When the time came, Dionysus was born from Zeus's body, making him twice born, born first from mother and then from father. Dionysus would grow up to become god of wine, ecstasy, and theatre, his cult celebrating the breakdown of normal boundaries, perhaps reflecting his own unusual origins. These are just a few of the many mortal women Zeus loved, seduced, or abducted. There were dozens more, each story following a similar pattern. Zeus sees a woman, desires her, disguises himself to approach her, fathers a child, and then largely abandons both mother and child to deal with the consequences, which often included Hera's vengeful attention. It's not a flattering picture of the king of gods. His behavior toward women was, by any modern standard, predatory and irresponsible. He wielded his power to take what he wanted, transformed into animals or other people to deceive his targets, and rarely stuck around to face the aftermath of his actions. Yet, in the ancient Greek context, these stories served important cultural functions. They explained the origins of heroes and royal lineages. They created connections between different city-states through shared divine ancestry. They illustrated the dangerous unpredictability of divine power, showing that even the king of gods was ruled by passion as much as justice. And they reflected real-world power dynamics, where powerful men did as they pleased, while women bore the consequences. The myths didn't necessarily endorse this behavior, but they acknowledged it, portrayed it with all its complications and cruelties. What did Zeus himself think of these affairs? It's hard to say. Some myths portray him as genuinely in love with his mortal partners, if only temporarily. Others suggest he was driven by an insatiable appetite for novelty and conquest. He certainly didn't seem troubled by the pain his actions caused, either to the women he seduced or to Hera, his wife. Perhaps after eons of existence, after defeating titans and monsters, after establishing cosmic order, he felt entitled to whatever pleasures he desired. Or perhaps, like many powerful figures throughout history, he simply never questioned whether he should do something once he'd decided he wanted it. Power, after all, brings not just ability, but often a dangerous lack of self-reflection. Zeus's symbols were well known throughout the ancient world, each one carrying layers of meaning. The thunderbolt was his most famous attribute, a zigzagging bolt of pure electricity that he wielded like a spear. When mortals saw lightning split the sky, they saw Zeus's judgment, his power, his ability to strike anywhere without warning. The thunderbolt represented ultimate authority, the final word in any dispute. The Cyclopes had forged it as a gift, but Zeus made it an extension of his own will. In art, he's almost always shown holding or wielding his thunderbolt, the defining image of his power. The eagle was his sacred animal, the king of birds serving the king of gods. Eagles were seen as Zeus's messengers, his eyes in the mortal world. When an eagle appeared, especially in unusual circumstances, it was interpreted as a sign from Zeus, either blessing or warning depending on the context. Zeus himself sometimes took the form of an eagle, most famously when he abducted Ganymede, a beautiful Trojan prince, carrying him to Olympus to be his cupbearer. The eagle represented Zeus's ability to see everything from on high, his perspective that encompassed all of creation, his swift and decisive action when necessary. The oak tree was sacred to Zeus, particularly at his oracle in Dodona, one of the oldest religious sites in Greece. The rustling of oak leaves in the wind was interpreted as Zeus's voice, his priests listening to the whispers of the trees and divining the god's will. Oak was strong, enduring, capable of surviving for centuries, much like Zeus's own eternal reign. Acorns, the oak's fruit, became symbols of Zeus as well, representing fertility and the seed of divine power. At the Olympic Games, which were held in Zeus's honor, victors were crowned with wreaths made from olive branches, but the oak remained his primary tree. The bull appeared in many Zeus myths, particularly stories of his shape-shifting seductions. As a bull, Zeus abducted Europa. As a bull, he mated with Demeter. The bull represented raw masculine power, fertility, strength, the animal force that could not be denied. Bulls were sacrificed to Zeus in important rituals, their strength offered back to the god who embodied strength itself. The association ran deep enough that in some very ancient cults, before the Olympian gods were fully defined, Zeus may have been worshipped as a bull deity, only later taking fully human form in art and story. Zeus's other attributes included the aegis, a shield or breastplate often decorated with the head of the Gorgon Medusa. Though most commonly associated with Athena, the aegis originally belonged to Zeus, and he lent it to his daughter when she needed it. The aegis represented protection, divine armor that could not be penetrated. When Zeus shook the aegis, it produced storm clouds and thunder, making enemies flee in terror. He also carried a royal scepter, symbol of his kingship, a rod of authority that marked him as supreme ruler even when he wasn't actively wielding his thunderbolt. Zeus's worship was widespread, with temples and sanctuaries dedicated to him across the Greek world. The most famous was the Temple of Zeus at Olympia, home to one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The statue of Zeus at Olympia, created by the sculptor Phidias around 435 BCE, stood over 40 feet tall, depicting the god seated on an elaborate throne, his skin made of ivory, his robes of gold. His right hand held a statue of Nike, goddess of victory. His left hand held his scepter with an eagle perched on top. The statue was so magnificent that ancient visitors reported being moved to tears by its beauty and majesty. It stood for nearly 800 years before being destroyed, either in a fire or dismantled when Christianity replaced the old gods. But its memory survived in countless descriptions and reproductions. The Olympic Games themselves were founded in Zeus's honor, beginning in 776 BCE, according to tradition, though likely older. Held every 4 years at Olympia, the Games brought together competitors from across the Greek world. During the Games, a sacred truce was declared, and all warfare ceased so athletes could travel safely to compete. This was Zeus Olympios, exercising his authority as god of justice and social order, creating a space where Greeks could celebrate their shared culture and physical excellence without the constant threat of war. Winners were crowned with olive wreaths and gained tremendous prestige, their victories seen as blessed by Zeus himself. Another important cult center was Dodona in northwestern Greece, where Zeus's oracle spoke through the rustling of sacred oak trees. This oracle was older than the famous one at Delphi, which belonged to Apollo. At Dodona, priests called Seloi interpreted the sound of wind through oak leaves, the flight patterns of birds, and other natural signs to discern Zeus's will. People traveled from across the Mediterranean to ask questions of the oracle, everything from personal matters to state policies. The responses were famously ambiguous, requiring interpretation, but that didn't diminish their authority. If Zeus's oracle at Dodona said something would happen, people prepared for it. Numerous festivals honored Zeus throughout the year. The Diasia, celebrated in Athens, involved sacrifices and rituals to Zeus Melichios, Zeus in his aspect as a chthonic, underworld deity associated with purification and agricultural fertility. The Nemean Games, held every 2 years at Nemea, honored Zeus Nemean and included athletic competitions similar to the Olympics. Local cults and regional variations meant that Zeus was worshipped in dozens of different forms, each emphasizing a particular aspect of his nature. Zeus Polyeus protected the city. Zeus Soter was the savior. Zeus Herkaios guarded the household. Each name, each cult, each ritual added another layer to the understanding of who Zeus was and what he meant to ancient Greeks. When Rome conquered Greece, they identified Zeus with their own king of gods, Jupiter. Jupiter had originally been an Italic sky god, similar in many ways to Zeus, but with his own distinct identity and myths. As the cultures merged, Jupiter and Zeus became essentially the same deity, Jupiter gaining Zeus's elaborate mythology, while Zeus gained Jupiter's Roman name and influence. Jupiter Optimus Maximus, best and greatest, ruled from the Capitoline Hill in Rome, much as Zeus ruled from Mount Olympus. Roman emperors associated themselves with Jupiter, claiming divine sanction for their rule, continuing the pattern Zeus had established of divine kings legitimizing earthly power. Zeus's legacy extended beyond his own worship. He fundamentally shaped how Western culture thinks about divine power, paternal authority, justice, and sovereignty. The concept of a supreme god who rules over both lesser deities and mortal affairs, who dispenses justice while being subject to fate, who combines power with all too human flaws. This template was established by Zeus and has influenced religious thinking ever since. Even the Christian God, though radically different in many ways, inherited some conceptual traits from Zeus through the religious and philosophical developments that bridged pagan antiquity and Christian theology. The idea of God the Father, seated on a heavenly throne, judging humanity, wielding absolute power, these images carry echoes of Zeus Olympios. In literature and art throughout history, Zeus has remained a potent figure. Renaissance artists rediscovered Greek mythology and depicted Zeus in countless paintings and sculptures. The Baroque period especially loved the dramatic potential of Zeus's myths, painting his transformations, his battles, his affairs with lush color and dynamic composition. The Romantic era reimagined Zeus as a symbol of natural power and sublime terror, the god who embodied the awesome destructive beauty of storms. Modern reinterpretations have ranged from psychoanalytic readings where Zeus represents the father figure or the superego, to feminist critiques that examine his treatment of women, to pop culture portrayals in everything from Disney's Hercules to Rick Riordan's Percy Jackson series. What can we say, at the end of this long journey through Zeus's story, about who he was and what he represented? Zeus was power, first and foremost. Power to overthrow his father, power to defeat cosmic monsters, power to rule gods and mortals alike, power to take what he wanted, whether that was a throne or a woman. But he was also order, the force that established laws, that enforced oaths, that maintained the structure of reality against chaos. He was justice, even when his personal behavior seemed anything but just. He was the sky, the weather, the lightning that could strike at any moment. Zeus was also deeply flawed. His infidelities were legendary, his treatment of women often reprehensible, his pride sometimes pushing him into questionable decisions. He swallowed Metis to prevent a son from overthrowing him, repeating his father's pattern of fear-driven cruelty even as he claimed to be different. He punished mortals harshly for offenses that he himself committed with impunity. He allowed his wife to torment his illegitimate children, standing aside while Hera made Heracles' life a living torment, or drove Io across the world in the form of a cow stung by an incessant gadfly. These flaws made him relatable in ways a perfect god could never be. The Greeks didn't want their gods to be moral paragons. They wanted them to be powerful, to be impressive, to embody the forces that shaped existence. That Zeus was flawed, that he struggled, that he sometimes failed. This made him more understandable, more human, despite his divinity. Zeus represents the paradox at the heart of power. It's necessary for order, for justice, for protection of the weak, but it's also dangerous, prone to abuse, capable of tremendous cruelty. Zeus used his power to overthrow a tyrant and establish a better system, but then used that same power to pursue his own desires, regardless of consequences. He was the protector of guests and strangers, but also the god who abducted women in animal forms. He dispensed justice but was not subject to it himself. This contradiction wasn't something the Greeks tried to resolve. They simply accepted it as part of what divine power meant. Gods were not bound by the same rules as mortals. That was what made them gods. The story of Zeus, from his desperate birth in a Cretan cave to his eternal rule from Mount Olympus, is ultimately a story about power, succession, order, and the cost of both gaining and maintaining authority. It's about how the universe came to have structure, how justice became possible, how civilization could exist. But it's also about ambition, fear, lust, jealousy, all the emotions that drive both gods and mortals. Zeus was not a being to be emulated. He was a force to be reckoned with, a reality to be acknowledged, a power that simply was, for better and worse. Tonight, we've walked the complete journey of the king of gods, from the moment Rhea tricked Kronos with a stone to the establishment of Zeus's seemingly eternal reign. We've witnessed his battles, his marriages, his countless affairs, his children who would reshape the world. We've seen him at his most powerful, hurling thunderbolts at Typhon, and at his most vulnerable, tendons cut and lying helpless in a cave. We've explored his symbols, his worship, his influence that extends even to our modern world. Zeus remains one of mythology's most complex figures, a god who shaped the cosmos and Greek culture, whose stories have been told and retold for thousands of years, whose image still evokes power and authority whenever lightning splits the sky. His reign may have been flawed, his personal life a disaster, his justice uneven, but his impact was undeniable. He was, and remains, the king of gods, the ruler of Olympus, the wielder of thunder, and his story continues to fascinate us because it reflects our own struggles with power, authority, family, and the eternal question of what it means to rule. On to the next. Tonight, we're diving deep into the tumultuous world of Greek mythology to explore the complete life of one of the most powerful and tempestuous gods ever to grace Mount Olympus. And let's begin our journey through the story of Poseidon, the mighty god of the seas. When you think of the ocean, what comes to mind? Perhaps the gentle lapping of waves on a peaceful shore, or maybe the terrifying fury of a storm-tossed sea. The ancient Greeks understood that the waters which surrounded their world embodied both of these extremes, and they personified this duality in Poseidon, a god whose moods could shift as quickly as the tides themselves. His story spans the entirety of Greek mythology, from the darkest days of the Titans' reign through the golden age of the Olympians and beyond. Tonight, we'll follow his path from his perilous birth, through his rise to power, his loves and rivalries, his role in the great wars of gods and men, and the legacy that would echo through millennia. But before we can understand Poseidon the god, we must first understand Poseidon the child, born into a world of fear and prophecy, swallowed whole by his own father, and destined to help reshape the very cosmos itself. In the beginning, before Poseidon drew his first breath, the world was ruled not by the Olympians we know today, but by an older, more primal generation of deities. The Titans, children of the earth herself, held dominion over all creation. Among them stood Kronos, youngest of the Titans, who had violently overthrown his own father Uranus to claim the throne of the universe. Kronos had learned cruelty from his father, and like so many who seize power through violence, he lived in constant fear of losing what he had taken. That fear had a name, and it came in the form of a prophecy. The same fate that Kronos had inflicted upon his father, it was foretold, would be visited upon him in turn. One of his own children would rise up and cast him down, just as he had done to Uranus. This knowledge poisoned every moment of Kronos' reign, turning what should have been joy into paranoia and transforming his palace into a prison of his own making. His wife was Rhea, a titaness of grace and fertility, who bore child after child to the king of the Titans. First came Hestia, goddess of the hearth, then Demeter, who would one day make the earth bloom, then Hera, proud and regal even in infancy. Each time Rhea gave birth, each time she held a newborn child in her arms and looked into eyes that had just opened to see the world for the first time, Kronos would take that child from her and, driven by prophecy and fear, swallow it whole. The children did not die within their father's belly. They could not die, for they were immortal. Instead, they remained trapped in darkness, growing but never aging, aware but imprisoned, waiting in that terrible void for a salvation they had no reason to believe would ever come. When Rhea became pregnant for the 5th time, she knew with a mother's certainty that this child, like all the others, would be torn from her arms and condemned to that same horrific fate. This child was Poseidon, and in most tellings of the myth, his story begins the same way as his siblings. At the moment of his birth, Kronos appeared, his face a mask of grim determination, and without ceremony or tenderness, he opened his mouth impossibly wide and swallowed his newborn son. Down, 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 Poseidon fell into that living darkness, where he joined his brothers and sisters in their strange captivity. There was Hestia, first swallowed and longest imprisoned. There was Demeter, who would one day teach mankind to cultivate the earth. There was Hera, already displaying the fierce pride that would define her. And there was Hades, dark and brooding even then, who would eventually rule the underworld. They existed in a state beyond comprehension, neither truly alive nor dead, neither awake nor asleep, suspended in time within their father's body as the years stretched on and the world outside continued to turn. But there exists another version of Poseidon's birth, one less commonly told but no less fascinating. In this alternative account, Rhea, having already lost 4 children to her husband's paranoia, decided that she would not lose a 5th. When the time came for Poseidon to be born, she did not present the infant to Kronos. Instead, she enacted an elaborate deception. Rhea gave birth in secret, perhaps in a hidden grove or a remote cave far from Kronos' palace. She wrapped not her newborn son, but a young foal, a baby horse, in swaddling clothes. When Kronos demanded to see his latest child, Rhea presented him with this bundle, claiming she had given birth not to a god, but to a horse. Kronos, either fooled by the disguise or perhaps not caring enough to look closely at what he was about to destroy, swallowed the foal whole, believing he had once again forestalled his prophesied doom. Meanwhile, the true Poseidon was spirited away to safety. Some versions of this myth say that Rhea entrusted her infant son to a spring nymph named Arne, who raised him in secret. When Kronos eventually came searching for the child, asking the nymph if she had seen or harbored a newborn god, Arne bravely denied any knowledge of the baby. For her courage and loyalty, the spring where she dwelt was thereafter called by her name. Other accounts claim that Rhea gave Poseidon to the Telchines, ancient inhabitants of the island of Rhodes, mysterious beings who were said to possess great magical powers. Under their care, the young god was nurtured by Kythera, an Oceanid nymph who became his nurse. According to this version, Poseidon grew from infant to child to youth on Rhodes, far from his father's reach. Some traditions suggest it was there, in his adolescence, that he first encountered Halia, the beautiful sister of the Telchines, though the details of this early relationship remain uncertain in the ancient sources. This alternative version of Poseidon's birth is particularly intriguing because it connects directly to his later association with horses, one of the defining aspects of his divine portfolio. The idea that his mother disguised him as a foal, that Kronos swallowed a horse instead of a god, creates a mythological link that helps explain why Poseidon, primarily known as the god of the seas, was also revered as the creator and tamer of horses. In the ancient Greek imagination, these connections mattered. They wove together the various aspects of a deity's nature into a coherent whole, even if that whole contained contradictions and multiple versions of the same events. However, despite the appeal of this alternative telling, the more widely accepted version of the myth has Poseidon sharing the same fate as his siblings, swallowed by Kronos and imprisoned within him. This is the version that most ancient sources follow, and it's the one that leads most directly to the events that would eventually free not just Poseidon, but all of Kronos' children. For whether Poseidon spent his early years trapped in his father's belly or hidden away on a distant island, one thing was certain. The prophecy that Kronos feared so desperately was already coming to pass. Rhea had grown tired of losing her children, and when she became pregnant for a sixth time, she made a different choice. This child, Zeus, was hidden away on the island of Crete, raised in secret by nymphs and the goat Amalthea. He grew strong and clever, and when he reached adulthood, he returned to challenge his father. The details of Zeus's stratagem vary from telling to telling. In some versions, he disguised himself as a cupbearer and gained access to Kronos' court. In others, he enlisted the aid of Metis, a titaness of wisdom and cunning, but the result was always the same. Zeus gave his father a powerful emetic, a potion that caused violent vomiting, and Kronos, unable to control his body's rebellion, began to expel everything he had swallowed. Out they came, one by one, Kronos' swallowed children emerging from his mouth in reverse order of how they had been consumed. First came Poseidon, then Hades, then Hera, Demeter, and finally Hestia, who had been swallowed first and thus came out last. Because Poseidon was the second child to emerge, he would sometimes be referred to as the second youngest, even though by birth order he had been the fifth of 6 children. Each emerged not as the infant who had been swallowed, but as a fully grown god, powerful and ready for war, their bodies forged in that dark place into something magnificent and strong. Imagine that moment. After years, perhaps decades, or even longer, of existence in that terrible void, suddenly there was light, there was air, there was space to move and breathe and be. And standing before him was a young god with eyes, like storms, his brother Zeus, who had freed him and who now offered him a choice: join the rebellion against their father or remain enslaved forever. There was no real choice to make. Poseidon, along with Hades and their sisters, pledged themselves to Zeus's cause. Together, the 6 siblings would challenge not just Kronos, but the entire order of Titan rule that had existed since the dawn of time. The age of the Titans was drawing to a close, and the age of the Olympians was about to begin, born in fire and blood and divine fury. But before the Olympians could claim their thrones, they would have to fight for them. The war that followed would be known as the Titanomachy, the clash of Titans and Olympians, a conflict so vast and terrible that it would shake the foundations of the cosmos itself. And in that war, Poseidon would prove himself not just a survivor, but a warrior whose power over water and earth would make him one of the most formidable fighters on either side of the battlefield. The Titanomachy was not a war of weeks or months. It was a war of years, a decade-long struggle that consumed the world and left scars that would never fully heal. When Zeus freed his siblings from Kronos' belly, he knew that he could not defeat the Titans with just 6 Olympians, no matter how powerful they might be. The Titans had ruled for ages, and their strength was immense. Kronos himself was a formidable opponent, and he had allies, his brothers Iapetus, Hyperion, Coeus, and Creus, as well as Atlas and Menoetius, the sons of Iapetus. Together, they made up a force that seemed unbeatable. Zeus needed allies of his own, and he found them in the most unlikely of places. Deep beneath the earth, in the pit of Tartarus, lay prisoners who had been locked away since the very beginning of time. First were the Cyclopes, 3 brothers named Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, each possessing a single eye in the center of his forehead. They were master craftsmen, blacksmiths of divine skill, but they had been imprisoned first by Uranus and then by Kronos, who feared their power. Alongside them were the Hecatoncheires, or the 100-handed ones, Briareus, Cottus, and Gyges, giants of such terrible might that each possessed 50 heads and 100 arms. Zeus descended into Tartarus and freed these ancient prisoners. In gratitude, the Cyclopes forged weapons of unprecedented power. For Zeus, they created the thunderbolt, a weapon of pure lightning that could be thrown like a spear and would always return to its wielder's hand. For Hades, they fashioned the helm of darkness, a cap of invisibility that would allow its wearer to move unseen even by the gods themselves. And for Poseidon, they created the trident. The trident was no ordinary weapon. It was a three-pronged spear, each prong gleaming with divine metal that would never dull or break. But more than just a weapon, it was a symbol and a tool of immense power. With the trident, Poseidon could command the seas. He could summon waves as tall as mountains. He could calm the fiercest storms or conjure them from clear skies. He could strike the earth and cause it to shake and split, sending earthquakes rolling across the land. The trident was an extension of Poseidon's will, and with it in his hands, he became a force of nature itself. The Hecaton sharers joined the fight as well, their 100 hands hurling massive boulders at the Titan forces with such speed and ferocity that the sky itself seemed to rain stone. With these powerful allies at their side, the Olympians finally had a chance at victory. The war was fought on multiple fronts. The Olympians established their base on Mount Olympus in the north, while the Titans held Mount Othrys in the south. Between these two strongholds, the battles raged. The earth was scorched by divine fire. The seas boiled and churned. The sky was torn by lightning and thunder. Entire mountains were leveled. Rivers changed their courses. The very fabric of reality seemed to tear at the seams as gods fought gods in contests of unimaginable violence. Poseidon fought with the fury of someone who had been imprisoned for far too long. Every swing of his trident, every earthquake he summoned, every tsunami he sent crashing across the battlefield was powered not just by divine strength, but by years of pent-up rage at what had been done to him and his siblings. The seas became his weapon, and he wielded them with devastating effect. When Titan forces gathered on the shores, Poseidon would call up the waters to sweep them away. When they tried to cross rivers, he would turn those rivers into raging torrents that drowned any who tried to ford them. But Poseidon's greatest contribution to the war was not just his individual might. He worked in concert with his siblings, particularly with Zeus. While Zeus rained down lightning from above and Hades struck from the shadows, Poseidon attacked from below, using earthquakes to destabilize the Titans' positions and floods to wash away their defenses. The three brothers developed an almost telepathic coordination, each instinctively knowing where the others would strike next. Not all Titans fought for Kronos. The Titaness Themis, goddess of divine law and order, sided with the Olympians, foreseeing that justice lay with the younger gods. Her son Prometheus, the far-sighted one, also joined Zeus's forces, using his gift of prophecy and his cunning mind to help the Olympians outmaneuver their enemies. Oceanus, the Titan god of the great river that encircled the world, chose neutrality, refusing to commit his strength to either side. As the 10th year of the war approached, both sides were exhausted. Gods do not tire as mortals do, but even divine beings can be worn down by a decade of constant warfare. It was then that the tide began to truly turn in the Olympians' favor. The Hecaton shearers, with their 100 hands and 50 heads each, proved to be an overwhelming force. They picked up entire mountains and hurled them at the Titan army. The Cyclopes continued to forge weapons and repair those that were damaged, ensuring the Olympians never wanted for arms. In some accounts, it was Hades who struck the decisive blow. Wearing his helm of darkness, he snuck into the Titan camp on Mount Othrys and destroyed their weapons and armor, leaving them defenseless. In other versions, it was simply the accumulated might of the Olympian forces, pressing forward in a final, desperate assault that broke the Titan lines. Either way, the result was the same. The Titans were defeated. Kronos, who had once overthrown his own father, was now overthrown by his sons. Atlas, who had led the Titan armies as battlefield commander, was singled out for special punishment. He was condemned to hold up the sky itself, bearing its weight on his shoulders for all eternity. The other Titans, except for those who had sided with Zeus, were cast down into Tartarus, the deepest pit of the underworld. There they were imprisoned behind bronze gates, guarded by the Hecaton sharers, who owed their freedom to the Olympians and would never allow the Titans to escape. The war was over. The Olympians had won. But victory brought with it new questions and new challenges. Chief among them, who would rule what? The universe was vast, and while Zeus had led the rebellion and freed his siblings, even he acknowledged that the cosmos was too large for any single god to rule alone. The three brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, were the most powerful of the Olympians. Together, they had defeated the Titans. Now, they would have to decide how to divide the world among themselves. The decision was made not through combat or argument, but through chance. The three brothers drew lots, a method that was considered fair because it left the outcome in the hands of fate itself. 3 straws, or stones, or lots, each marked with a different realm, were drawn from a container. What each brother received would be his to rule for all eternity. Zeus drew first, or perhaps longest, depending on the telling. He received the sky, the realm of clouds and storms, of thunder and lightning, the domain from which he could look down upon all the world. With this came the role of king of the gods, leader of the Olympians, the one to whom the others would look for judgment and guidance. The sky was the highest realm, and from it, Zeus would reign supreme. Hades drew next, or perhaps shortest. He received the underworld, the realm of the dead, the shadowy kingdom beneath the earth, where mortal souls went after their lives ended. It was a dark domain, one that most would not have wanted, but Hades accepted it with his characteristic stoicism. The underworld would be his to rule, and he would do so with absolute authority, becoming in time a figure both feared and respected. And Poseidon received the seas. To modern ears, this might not sound like a punishment, or even like a particularly difficult lot. After all, the ocean covers most of the planet's surface. But we must understand this choice in the context of ancient Greek thought. The sea was vast, yes, but it was also dangerous, unpredictable, and separate from the main centers of power and civilization. While Zeus would rule from Mount Olympus, surrounded by other gods and able to directly oversee the affairs of mortals, Poseidon's kingdom was one of water and salt, of depths no mortal could plumb, of storms that destroyed ships and waves that drowned sailors. Yet Poseidon did not complain. He took his trident and descended to the depths, and there he made his home. Deep beneath the waves, he built palaces of such magnificence that they rivaled even Olympus itself. These undersea halls were constructed of coral and crystal, decorated with pearls and gems salvaged from shipwrecks, illuminated by bioluminescent creatures that provided light in those dark depths. The palace was said to be located near Aegae, in Euboea, though some sources place it elsewhere. In these halls, Poseidon kept stables filled with white horses that could run across the surface of the water as easily as land horses ran across fields. These were not ordinary horses, but divine creatures, perhaps the ancestors of the hippocampi, the horsefish hybrids that would later be said to pull his chariot. As god of the seas, Poseidon's domain extended to all waters, the oceans, certainly, but also rivers, lakes, springs, and even the water that flowed beneath the earth. He became the patron of sailors and fishermen, those who made their living from the sea, and who knew better than anyone how quickly his mood could change. One moment the seas might be calm and favorable, the next they could be roiling with waves that would smash even the sturdiest ship to splinters. But Poseidon's power was not limited to water. The ancient Greeks understood something that modern geology has confirmed. Earthquakes often occur near or beneath bodies of water, particularly around coastlines. They attributed these terrifying phenomena to Poseidon, striking the earth with his trident. When the ground shook, and buildings crumbled, and the earth split open, it was Poseidon's doing. This earned him the title Enosikthon, or Enosigaios, which means earth-shaker, a name that was used as often as his proper name in ancient prayers and poetry. There was a third aspect to Poseidon's divine portfolio, one that seems strange at first glance, but makes more sense when we understand the ancient Greek view of the world. Poseidon was also closely associated with horses. In fact, he was credited with creating the first horse, and he was worshipped as Poseidon Hippios, Poseidon of the horses. This might seem odd for a sea god, but the connection becomes clearer when we remember the alternative version of his birth, in which his mother disguised him as a foal to save him from Kronos. The horse, in ancient times, was associated with water and springs. The Greek word for horse and the word for springs shared linguistic roots. Additionally, horses were seen as creatures of immense power and somewhat unpredictable nature, much like the sea itself. The pounding of horses' hooves sounded like waves crashing on shore. The foam of the sea resembled a horse's white mane. In Poseidon, these elements merged. According to various myths, Poseidon created the first horse in different ways. In one version, he was competing with Athena for the patronage of Athens, and as his gift to the city, he struck a rock with his trident, and the first horse sprang forth, though we'll explore that contest more thoroughly shortly. In another version, he was pursuing the goddess Demeter, who transformed herself into a mare to escape his advances. Poseidon, not to be deterred, transformed himself into a stallion, and from their union, the divine horse Arion was born, a horse that could run faster than the wind and even speak with a human voice. The earth itself, the solid ground upon which mortals walked, was left as common ground, belonging to all three brothers and to the other gods as well. It was the realm where gods and mortals interacted most directly, where temples were built and sacrifices offered, where heroes walked and monsters lurked. But while the earth was shared, the domains of sky, sea, and underworld were each under the absolute authority of one of the three brothers. An oath sworn on the river Styx, which flowed between the earth and the underworld, was binding even to the gods themselves. But within their own realms, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades were supreme. Poseidon took to his new role with enthusiasm. He was not content to merely sit in his underwater palace and brood. He involved himself in the affairs of the world above, both with gods and with mortals. He took lovers, both divine and mortal. He sired children who would become heroes, monsters, and kings. He engaged in contests and rivalries with other gods. And sometimes, when his pride was wounded or his territory encroached upon, he unleashed his wrath in ways that would be remembered in myth and legend for millennia. But before we explore those stories, we must talk about love. For even gods, perhaps especially gods, are moved by matters of the heart. And Poseidon, despite his fierce reputation, despite his tempestuous nature, despite being the god of the storm and the earthquake and the drowning wave, fell in love. The object of his affection was a Nereid, a sea nymph, one of the 50 daughters of Nereus, the old man of the sea. Her name was Amphitrite, and winning her heart would prove to be one of Poseidon's most challenging conquests. Love for the gods was rarely simple. Amphitrite was one of the 50 Nereids, beautiful sea nymphs who dwelt in the depths and personified the various aspects of the ocean. She was said to be the eldest, or at least the most prominent, of these sisters, and she embodied the seas themselves, the loud moaning mother of fish and seals and dolphins, the third one who encircles the world, as her name might suggest. Poseidon first laid eyes on Amphitrite while she was dancing with her sisters on the shores of the island of Naxos. The Nereids were known for their grace and beauty, and as they moved across the sand with their liquid feet, their forms illuminated by moonlight and bioluminescence, they were a sight to enchant any who saw them. But it was Amphitrite who caught Poseidon's attention. Something about the way she moved, the way she laughed with her sisters, the wildness and freedom in her eyes captivated him completely. He approached her, and with all the authority of a king and all the passion of a god newly in love, he asked for her hand in marriage. But Amphitrite was not easily won. She was a virgin goddess, content with her sisters and her life in the deep places of the sea. She had seen what happened to nymphs who caught the attention of powerful gods. She knew the stories of Zeus and his conquests, and she suspected that Poseidon, his brother, might be cut from similar cloth. The idea of giving up her independence, of becoming the wife of the god of the seas, and thus subordinate to him, held no appeal. So she fled, not just away from Naxos, but to the very ends of the earth. Some accounts say she ran to the Atlas Mountains in far-off North Africa, to the westernmost edge of the known world. Others say she hid in the ocean, the great river that the Greeks believed encircled all the lands, seeking refuge with Oceanus and Tethys, the Titans who ruled those distant waters. Wherever she went, she hoped that distance would cool Poseidon's ardor, that he would find someone else to pursue and leave her in peace. But Poseidon was not so easily dissuaded. He was a god who commanded the seas, who could summon storms and calm waves with a gesture. He was not accustomed to being denied what he wanted. He sent his servants to search for Amphitrite, creatures of the deep who could travel swiftly and who knew every current and every hidden grotto where a fleeing nymph might hide. It was a dolphin who found her. His name was Delphinus, and he was not just any dolphin, but a god in his own right, one of Poseidon's most trusted servants. Delphinus tracked Amphitrite to her hiding place, wherever that was, and instead of simply reporting back to Poseidon, he did something remarkable. He spoke to her. He pleaded Poseidon's case. He told her of the god's genuine affection, of the honor that would be hers as queen of the seas, of the life they could build together. Delphinus was eloquent and persuasive, but more than that, he was honest. He did not hide Poseidon's tempestuous nature or his pride, but he spoke of the god's loneliness, of how deeply Amphitrite had affected him, of how this was not merely lust, but something deeper and more genuine. Perhaps it was Delphinus's honesty that swayed her. Perhaps it was the realization that she could not hide forever. Perhaps, in her time away, Amphitrite had found that she missed the sea that Poseidon ruled, and that returning meant dealing with its king. Or perhaps, as some of the ancient poets suggested, she had begun to feel something for Poseidon as well, a connection that both frightened and intrigued her. Whatever the reason, Amphitrite agreed to return and to marry Poseidon. Poseidon was overjoyed. As a reward for his service, he placed Delphinus among the stars, creating the constellation Delphinus that still wheels overhead every night, an eternal reminder of the dolphin who brought the Sea King and his queen together. The wedding of Poseidon and Amphitrite was a magnificent affair, celebrated throughout the oceans. Tritons, the mermen who served Poseidon, blew their conch shells to announce the union. Sea creatures of all kinds gathered to witness the marriage. The other gods attended as well, for this was the wedding of one of the great Olympians, and such an event could not be ignored. Even Aphrodite, the goddess of love herself, attended and gave Amphitrite a wedding gift, a crown of roses and a purple cloak that shimmered like the twilight sea. Amphitrite became not just Poseidon's wife, but his queen, co-ruler of the ocean realm. Unlike Hera, who spent much of her time on Olympus and devoted considerable energy to punishing Zeus's many lovers, Amphitrite seemed content in her underwater kingdom. She bore Poseidon several children who would become important figures in the mythological landscape. Their most famous child was Triton, a merman who was half man and half fish. Triton had his father's strength and his mother's grace, and he became Poseidon's herald and messenger. He carried a conch shell that, when blown, could calm the waves or summon storms, making him a figure both loved and feared by sailors. Triton would later marry Libya and have children of his own, extending the divine line into the distant corners of the ancient world. Amphitrite and Poseidon also had daughters. Rhode, associated with the island of Rhodes, is mentioned by some ancient sources as their daughter, though her parentage is disputed in the mythological tradition, with other accounts giving her different parents. Benthesicyme was another daughter, a goddess of the waves who married a mortal king of Ethiopia and served as a foster mother to various children. Cymopolea, goddess of violent sea storms and storm waves, was also counted among their daughters. She would marry Briareus, one of the Hecatoncheires, those 100-handed giants who had helped the Olympians win the war against the Titans. The marriage between Poseidon and Amphitrite appears to have been, by the standards of the Olympian gods, relatively stable. This is not to say that Poseidon was faithful. He was not. But Amphitrite seems to have been more tolerant of his extramarital affairs than Hera was of Zeus's. Perhaps this was because Amphitrite was secure in her position as queen of the seas, or perhaps it was simply her nature to be more forgiving. The ancient stories rarely show her plotting revenge against Poseidon's lovers the way Hera did. There was one notable exception, however. When Poseidon became enamored with a beautiful sea nymph named Scylla, daughter of the sea god Forces, Amphitrite's jealousy finally ignited. She could not act against Poseidon directly. He was too powerful and too much her equal. But Scylla was vulnerable. Amphitrite cast magic herbs into the bath where Scylla liked to bathe, and when the nymph entered the water, she was transformed into a monster. Her lower body became a mass of snapping dog heads, 12 feet sprouted from her torso, and 6 long necks rose from her shoulders, each topped with a head full of razor-sharp teeth. Scylla, in her horror and rage, retreated to a narrow strait of water between Sicily and the Italian mainland, where she would terrorize sailors for generations, alongside another monster named Charybdis, who some said was also a child of Poseidon. But this incident aside, Amphitrite maintained her dignity and her position. She ruled alongside Poseidon in their underwater palaces, and together they maintained order in the vast realm of the seas. She was depicted in ancient art as a beautiful woman, sometimes riding in a chariot pulled by hippocampi, sometimes standing beside Poseidon with her own trident or with a fish in her hand, sometimes crowned with crab claws to mark her as a sea goddess. She was not as prominent in the myths as some other divine consorts, but she was respected and her authority acknowledged. When the hero Theseus, who was himself Poseidon's son, dove into the sea to prove his divine parentage, it was Amphitrite who gave him the crown that would prove his connection to the god of the seas. With his marriage secured and his realm established, Poseidon settled into the role of one of the great Olympian gods. But divinity, especially Greek divinity, was never a peaceful existence. The gods were constantly involved in the affairs of mortals, constantly competing with each other for honor and worship, constantly testing the boundaries of their power and authority. And Poseidon, with his fierce pride and his tempestuous nature, would find himself at the center of some of mythology's most famous conflicts. From his palace beneath the waves, Poseidon ruled the seas with absolute authority. When he was pleased, the waters were calm, the winds favorable, and sailors made swift and safe passages. When he was angry, storms arose from nowhere, waves tall as mountains crashed upon shores, and ships were torn apart as easily as a child might tear a leaf. The ocean was his to command, and it obeyed his every whim. But his power was not limited to the surface of the sea. Poseidon could cause springs to burst forth from solid rock, bringing fresh water to dry land, or, just as easily, salt water that was useless for drinking. He commanded the creatures of the deep, from the smallest fish to the largest whales, from gentle dolphins to monstrous krakens that lurked in the darkest trenches. Sea serpents answered his call. The hippocampi, those horses with the tails of fish, pulled his chariot across the waves. As the earthshaker, Poseidon held even more terrifying power. With a strike of his trident against the ground, he could cause earthquakes that would level cities and split mountains. The ancient Greeks, living in a region prone to seismic activity, understood the awesome and terrifying nature of earthquakes. They had seen buildings collapse, had felt the ground shake beneath their feet, had watched as the very earth opened up in great cracks. To them, these were not impersonal geological events, but the direct intervention of an angry god. When Poseidon moved across the seas, it was not by swimming or sailing. He rode in a chariot of gold or bronze, depending on the telling, pulled by creatures that were half horse and half fish. These hippocampi would race across the surface of the water, their hooves striking the waves and leaving foam in their wake, while sea creatures great and small scattered before them or followed behind in a procession of divine power. Tritons would blow their conch shells to announce his coming, and the seas themselves would part to make way for his passage. Yet despite all this power, despite being one of the three kings of the cosmos, Poseidon was not content. He wanted more. He wanted recognition. He wanted worship. And he wanted, above all, to be honored by the great cities of mankind. For what use was divine power if mortals did not acknowledge it? What meaning did his kingship have if no temples were raised in his name, no sacrifices made at his altars, no prayers offered for his favor? This desire for mortal recognition would lead Poseidon into conflicts with other gods, most notably with his niece Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Their most famous contest took place in Attica, over the patronage of what would become one of the greatest cities in the ancient world, Athens. The city that would become Athens had been recently founded by King Cecrops, a strange being who was human from the waist up, but had the tail of a serpent instead of legs. His dual nature, part human and part creature of the earth, marked him as autochthonous, meaning he was born directly from the earth itself. This gave him and his people a special claim to the land, a connection to Attica that went deeper than conquest or colonization. Under Cecrops' rule, the city had begun to prosper. It was situated on good land, with access to the sea, surrounded by silver mines that brought wealth, and crowned by the steep hill of the Acropolis that made it easily defensible. Both Poseidon and Athena recognized the city's potential, and both desired to become its patron deity. A patron god or goddess would be worshipped above all others in the city, would have the greatest temples built in their honor, would receive the finest sacrifices, and would, in turn, watch over the city and its people, protecting them from harm and granting them prosperity. It was a significant honor, and neither god was willing to yield to the other. Rather than fight, which might have destroyed the very city they both wished to claim, Poseidon and Athena agreed to a contest. Each would present a gift to the people of Athens, and King Cecrops would judge which gift was more valuable. Whichever god gave the better gift would become the city's patron. The contest took place on the Acropolis, the high, rocky outcrop that dominated the city. The people gathered to watch, excited and nervous in equal measure, for they knew that the outcome of this divine contest would shape their city's destiny for all time to come. Poseidon went first. He raised his mighty trident high above his head, and with tremendous force, he struck it against the rock of the Acropolis. The impact was tremendous. The ground shook, the stone split, and from the crack burst forth a spring of water. It gushed up with great force, forming a pool on the spot where Poseidon had struck. The people gasped in amazement. Water, after all, was life. A source of fresh water in the heart of the city would be invaluable. But as the people approached to taste the water, they discovered something disappointing. The spring was salt water, as briny and undrinkable as the sea itself. While impressive, and certainly a display of Poseidon's power, it was not particularly useful. Some versions of the myth say that Poseidon also created the first horse as his gift, striking the ground and causing a magnificent stallion to spring forth. The horse was certainly more useful than salt water. It could be ridden in war, used for transportation, and bred to create more horses. But even so, there was a problem. The gift of the horse was singular. One horse, no matter how magnificent, could only benefit one person at a time. Then it was Athena's turn. She did not strike the ground with a weapon or call upon dramatic displays of power. Instead, she knelt down and planted something in the earth. Immediately, miraculously, an olive tree sprang up, full-grown and laden with fruit. Its branches spread wide, offering shade from the hot Mediterranean sun. Its fruit could be eaten for food. Its oil could be used for cooking, for lamps, for trade. Even the wood of non-fruiting trees could be used for building or burned for warmth. And olive trees, once planted, would produce for generations, providing not just immediate benefit, but long-term prosperity. The choice was clear to Cecrops and the people of Athens. While Poseidon had offered power and spectacle, Athena had offered something practical, something that would benefit everyone, something that represented not just might, but wisdom and forethought. Cecrops declared Athena the winner, and the city was named Athens in her honor. Poseidon was furious. His pride, always his greatest weakness, had been wounded in front of mortals and gods alike. He had been judged inferior to Athena, a goddess who was not even of his generation, his brother's daughter, someone who should have deferred to him out of respect, if nothing else. In his rage, he struck the ground again with his trident, but this time not to create anything. This time, he called up a flood. The Thriasian plain, the fertile land west of Athens, was inundated with seawater. Crops were destroyed. Homes were damaged. The people cried out in fear and desperation. Zeus intervened before Poseidon could do more damage, commanding his brother to cease and accept the judgment that had been made. Poseidon complied, but grudgingly. Some say he placed a curse on Athens, condemning the city to always struggle to find fresh water during the summer months. A problem that, remarkably, Athens did face throughout antiquity and continues to deal with to this day. Despite losing the contest, Poseidon was not forgotten in Athens. The Erechtheion, one of the great temples built on the Acropolis, was dedicated to both Athena and Poseidon. Inside, the marks from Poseidon's trident could be seen on the rock, and the well of salt water he had created was preserved as a sacred site. The Athenians were practical people. They knew that while Athena might be their patron, they still lived near the sea. They still needed Poseidon's favor for their ships to sail safely, for their fishing to be productive, for their city to prosper. So they honored both gods, though Athena always held the primary place. The rivalry between Poseidon and Athena would continue throughout Greek mythology. Later, during the Trojan War, they would again find themselves on opposite sides of conflicts, with Athena generally favoring cleverness and strategy, while Poseidon relied on power and force. But we'll explore that war in more detail shortly. For now, what matters is understanding that Poseidon's defeat in Athens shaped him. It made him more determined to establish his importance, more sensitive to perceived slights, more willing to unleash his wrath when he felt he was not being given the respect he deserved. And that wrath could be terrible indeed, as many mortals and even some gods would learn to their sorrow. While his marriage to Amphitrite provided Poseidon with legitimate heirs and a stable household, the god of the seas, like most of the Olympians, was not content with a single partner. His lovers were numerous, spanning both divine beings and mortals, and from these unions came a vast and varied array of children. Some of these offspring would become heroes, founders of great cities and dynasties. Others would become monsters, feared and hunted by those same heroes. Still others fell somewhere in between, neither fully heroic nor monstrous, but complex beings who walked the line between the mortal and divine worlds. Let us speak first of Triton, his most famous legitimate child. Triton was born of Amphitrite and Poseidon, and he was a merman, human from the waist up, but possessing the tail of a fish below. He inherited his father's strength and his dominion over the seas, though on a smaller scale. Triton became Poseidon's herald, the one who would announce the sea god's presence and carry out his commands. He carried a conch shell that, when blown, could control the tides and calm or raise storms. Triton was generally benevolent, helping shipwrecked sailors and guiding vessels through treacherous waters, though like all sea deities, he could be dangerous when angered. He eventually married Libya, and their children would become important figures in North African mythology. But it was Poseidon's illegitimate children, the products of his many affairs, who would have the most dramatic impact on Greek mythology. Among the most famous of these was Theseus, the great hero of Athens. Theseus's parentage was unique even by mythological standards. His mother was Aethra, a princess of Troezen. The ancient sources present different versions of his conception. In one account, Poseidon visited Aethra while she walked along the beach. In another, King Aegeus of Athens came to Troezen and, after drinking wine provided by Aethra's father, spent the night with the princess. The most intriguing interpretation suggests that both encounters happened on the same night, giving Theseus two fathers, one mortal and one divine. This dual heritage, whether literally true or symbolically meaningful, gave him the strength and abilities of a demigod while maintaining his legitimate claim to the mortal throne of Athens. Theseus would grow up to become one of the greatest heroes of Greek mythology, second perhaps only to Heracles. He slew the Minotaur in the labyrinth of Crete, united the various villages of Attica under Athenian rule, and performed numerous other heroic deeds. His connection to Poseidon was proven on several occasions, most famously when King Minos challenged his divine parentage. Theseus dove into the sea to retrieve a ring that Minos had thrown overboard, and while beneath the waves, he was welcomed into Poseidon's palace, where Amphitrite herself gave him a crown to prove his connection to the sea god. Throughout his adventures, Theseus could call upon his divine father for aid, though Poseidon's help was not always forthcoming or predictable. On the opposite end of the heroic spectrum was Polyphemus, the most famous of all Cyclopes. The Cyclopes were a race of giants, each possessing a single eye in the center of their forehead. Polyphemus was the son of Poseidon and the sea nymph Thoosa. He lived on the island of Sicily, where he tended sheep and lived a solitary, brutish existence. Unlike the civilized Cyclopes who had forged weapons for the gods during the Titanomachy, Polyphemus was savage and uncivilized, a creature who recognized no laws and honored no customs of hospitality. It was Polyphemus who would, quite unintentionally, set in motion one of the most famous episodes of divine revenge in all of Greek mythology. When the hero Odysseus, returning from the Trojan War, landed on Sicily with his men, they took shelter in Polyphemus's cave. The Cyclops returned, trapped the men inside by rolling a boulder across the entrance, and proceeded to eat several of them. Odysseus, ever cunning, got Polyphemus drunk on strong wine, and then, while the giant slept, heated a sharpened stake in the fire and drove it into the Cyclops' single eye, blinding him. When Polyphemus roared in pain and his fellow Cyclopes came running to see what was wrong, Odysseus' earlier trick came into play. He had told Polyphemus that his name was Nobody, so when the Cyclopes asked who was hurting him, Polyphemus cried out that nobody was attacking him, and his brethren, thinking he had gone mad, left him alone. Odysseus and his surviving men escaped by clinging to the undersides of Polyphemus's sheep as they went out to pasture. But as they sailed away, Odysseus, in a moment of hubris that he would come to bitterly regret, revealed his true name to the blinded Cyclops, boasting of his cleverness. Polyphemus, hearing his tormentor's real name, called out to his father Poseidon, praying for vengeance. He asked that Odysseus either never reach home, or if fate decreed that he must eventually return, that he do so late, having lost all his ships and men, arriving on a foreign ship, and finding trouble waiting for him in his own house. Poseidon heard his son's prayer, and being a god who loved his children, even the monstrous ones, and who had a long memory for slights, he determined to make Odysseus's journey home as difficult and prolonged as possible. But we'll return to that story shortly. Another of Poseidon's famous offspring was not born in the traditional way at all. In one of the darker myths, Poseidon violated Medusa in one of Athena's temples. This desecration brought down the goddess's wrath, though tragically, her vengeance fell upon Medusa rather than Poseidon, transforming the priestess into the snake-haired monster whose gaze could turn men to stone. When the hero Perseus later beheaded Medusa, two beings sprang from her severed neck, born from the blood of her death: Chrysaor, a giant with a golden sword, and Pegasus, the magnificent winged horse. Pegasus, despite his gruesome birth, became one of the most beloved creatures in Greek mythology. He could fly through the air with the speed of the wind, and he eventually became the mount of the hero Bellerophon, who rode him on various adventures, including the slaying of the Chimera. After Bellerophon's death, Pegasus was taken to Olympus, where he served Zeus by carrying his thunderbolts. Poseidon also fathered Arion, another divine horse, though the circumstances of this birth reflect the darker aspects of divine power. According to the Arcadian myths, while the goddess Demeter was searching for her daughter Persephone, who had been abducted by Hades, Poseidon pursued her with unwanted advances. To escape him, Demeter transformed herself into a mare and hid among a herd of horses belonging to King Onkeos of Arcadia. But Poseidon discovered her disguise, transformed himself into a stallion, and forced himself upon her. From this violent union came two offspring: Arion, a horse with a black mane and tail, who could run faster than the wind and who, remarkably, could speak with a human voice, and Despoina, the lady, a mysterious goddess whose true name was known only to initiates of her mystery cult in Arcadia. Arion became the mount of the hero Adrastus and served him faithfully in the doomed expedition known as the Seven Against Thebes. Not all of Poseidon's children were noble or even neutral. Some were outright villains. Antaeus was a giant who lived in Libya and forced all travelers passing through his land to wrestle with him. He was unbeatable because every time he touched the earth, his mother Gaia renewed his strength. He would defeat his opponents and then kill them, using their skulls to build a temple to his father Poseidon. Only Heracles finally defeated him by lifting him off the ground and crushing him in a bear hug, preventing him from touching the earth and renewing his strength. Charybdis, who we mentioned earlier in connection with Scylla, was said by some to be Poseidon's daughter by Gaia. She was transformed into a massive whirlpool, a living maelstrom that would suck down entire ships. Together with Scylla, she made the narrow strait between Sicily and Italy one of the most dangerous passages in the Mediterranean. The Aloidae, twin giants named Otus and Ephialtes, were sons of Poseidon and Iphimedeia. These brothers were enormous even by giant standards, and as they grew, they became so arrogant that they decided to storm Olympus itself. They piled mountains on top of each other, Pelion on top of Ossa, trying to reach the home of the gods. They captured Ares, the god of war, and imprisoned him in a bronze jar for 13 months. Finally, Artemis tricked them into killing each other by transforming herself into a deer and running between them. As they both threw their spears at the deer, she dodged, and the spears struck each other instead. Poseidon also fathered numerous mortal kings and heroes who had found great cities and dynasties. Belus became the king of Egypt, an ancestor of many Egyptian royal lines. Agenor became the king of Phoenicia, and his descendants would include Europa, Cadmus, Phoenix, and Cilix, each important in their own myths. Neleus founded Pylos and became the father of Nestor, the wise old king who would play such an important role in both the Iliad and the Odyssey. Peleus became king of Iolcus and would one day send his nephew Jason on the quest for the Golden Fleece. Through all these children, both divine and mortal, heroic and monstrous, Poseidon extended his influence throughout the ancient world. His bloodline ran through the veins of kings and heroes, giants and monsters. Every major adventure, every great quest, every significant conflict in Greek mythology seemed to involve at least one of Poseidon's children in some way. This was the web of relationships that the gods created, a vast network of kinship and rivalry, loyalty and betrayal that bound together the divine and mortal worlds. But of all the stories involving Poseidon and his descendants, few are as important or as well known as the role he played in the Trojan War and its aftermath. The Trojan War, that great conflict that lasted 10 years and involved nearly every major hero and god of Greek mythology, had its origins in a wedding and a golden apple. When the sea nymph Thetis married the mortal Peleus, all the gods were invited to the celebration except for one, Eris, the goddess of discord. Enraged at being snubbed, Eris threw a golden apple inscribed with the words, "For the fairest," into the middle of the feast. Three goddesses claimed it: Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite. Unable to decide among themselves, they called upon a mortal to judge, a Trojan prince named Paris. Each goddess tried to bribe him. Hera offered power, Athena offered wisdom and glory in war, and Aphrodite offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Sparta. Paris chose Aphrodite, and in doing so, he set in motion events that would lead to the fall of Troy. When Paris abducted Helen from her husband Menelaus, king of Sparta, the Greeks assembled the greatest army ever seen, led by Agamemnon, Menelaus's brother. Heroes from across Greece answered the call, bound by oaths they had sworn to protect Helen's marriage. They sailed to Troy, laid siege to the city, and the war began. Poseidon had his own reasons for hating Troy, reasons that predated Paris and Helen by a generation. According to the myth, years before the war, Zeus had punished both Apollo and Poseidon, forcing them to serve a mortal king. They were sent to Troy in mortal guise to serve King Laomedon. During their year of service, Poseidon, with the help of the mortal hero Aeacus, built the magnificent walls around Troy, walls so strong that, the myths claimed, no army could breach them. These were the famous walls of Troy, supposedly erected by divine hands. When the year was complete, Laomedon was expected to pay Apollo and Poseidon for their labor, but according to the tradition, he refused. Some versions even say he threatened to cut off their ears and sell them as slaves. Apollo and Poseidon returned to Olympus and resumed their divine forms, but the insult was not forgotten. Apollo sent a plague upon Troy, and Poseidon sent a sea monster to terrorize the coastline. The monster was eventually killed by Heracles, but only after Laomedon had promised divine horses as payment, a promise he again broke. This cycle of broken oaths and unpaid debts meant that Poseidon's anger at the Trojan royal family ran deep. So when the Trojan War began, Poseidon sided with the Greeks, eager for revenge against the descendants of Laomedon. Throughout the war, he aided the Greek forces in various ways. He encouraged their troops with inspiring speeches, sometimes appearing disguised as various Greek leaders. He even entered the battle himself on occasion, fighting alongside mortal warriors and driving the Trojans back toward their walls. His interventions were crucial at several key points in the conflict. When Achilles withdrew from the fighting after his quarrel with Agamemnon, and the Trojans began pushing the Greeks back toward their ships, it was Poseidon who rallied the defenders and helped prevent a complete rout. However, Poseidon's active support for the Greeks was not without its complications. He clashed with Zeus over the course of the war. Zeus, as king of the gods, sought to maintain some balance, or had his own plans for how events should unfold, while Poseidon wanted to take a more direct role in aiding the Greeks. There were times when Zeus had to order Poseidon to withdraw from the battlefield and let events play out as fate decreed. These conflicts between the brothers, played out on the cosmic stage while mortals fought and died below, demonstrated that even among the gods, there was no unified purpose or single vision of how the war should proceed. As the war dragged on, Poseidon watched the Greeks struggle. He had helped them build their fortifications, had encouraged them in battle, had even saved individual heroes when they were in danger. But Troy would not fall, not while its walls stood, walls that Poseidon himself had built. It was a bitter irony. The thing he had created as punishment had become the main obstacle to his revenge. The war finally ended through trickery rather than force. Odysseus devised the plan of the wooden horse, a giant hollow structure built in the shape of a horse, ostensibly as an offering to Athena, but actually filled with Greek warriors. The Greeks pretended to sail away, leaving the horse on the beach. A Greek spy named Sinon convinced the Trojans that the horse was a sacred offering and that bringing it into the city would ensure Troy's protection. Not all Trojans were convinced. Laocoon, a priest of Apollo, famously warned his people with the words that would echo through history: "Beware Greeks bearing gifts." He even threw a spear into the horse's side to demonstrate his suspicion. But then, in a moment that sealed Troy's fate, 2 enormous sea serpents emerged from the waters and attacked Laocoon and his sons, crushing them in their coils. The Trojans, witnessing this terrible sight, interpreted it as divine punishment for Laocoon's disrespect toward the gift. In most versions of the myth, it was Poseidon who sent these serpents, though some accounts attribute them to Apollo. Regardless of which god sent them, the message was clear, and the Trojans, now afraid to reject the horse, brought it within their walls. That night, the warriors emerged, opened the city gates for the returning Greek army, and Troy was sacked. Poseidon watched as the city burned, as King Priam was killed at the altar of Zeus, as Hector's infant son Astyanax was thrown from the walls, as Cassandra was dragged from Athena's temple, as the Trojan women were divided among the Greek victors as prizes. His revenge against Laomedon's line was complete. Troy, the city whose walls he had built, was destroyed, never to rise again in the same glory. But if Poseidon thought the war's end would bring him satisfaction, he was mistaken. For in the sack of Troy, the Greeks committed terrible crimes. They desecrated temples, murdered suppliants who had sought sanctuary, enslaved noble women, and generally conducted themselves without honor or restraint. Athena, whose temple had been particularly profaned when Ajax the Lesser raped Cassandra at her altar, was furious. And Poseidon, despite his hatred for Troy, was also offended by the Greeks' behavior. So when the Greek fleet set sail for home, Poseidon and Athena conspired together. They sent a great storm that scattered the ships, drowning hundreds of warriors who had survived 10 years of warfare only to die within sight of home. Ajax the Lesser, who had committed the rape of Cassandra, was shipwrecked on a rock. When he boasted that he would survive despite the god's wrath, Poseidon himself struck the rock with his trident, splitting it apart and drowning the blasphemer. For most of the Greek heroes, the journey home was long and difficult, filled with monsters and delays and misfortunes. But for one hero in particular, the journey would become a legendary ordeal. That hero was Odysseus, and his troubles had only just begun. Of all the many curses and revenges that Poseidon enacted throughout Greek mythology, none is more detailed or more famous than his persecution of Odysseus. This story, told in Homer's epic The Odyssey, would become one of the foundational narratives of Western literature, and at its heart was the anger of the god of the seas. Odysseus was the king of Ithaca, a small, rocky island off the western coast of Greece. He was known for his cleverness and his silver tongue, for being able to talk his way out of almost any situation, and to devise solutions to seemingly impossible problems. It was Odysseus who had conceived the plan of the Trojan horse, who had convinced the Greeks not to abandon the war when morale was at its lowest, who had served as an ambassador and negotiator throughout the conflict. He was not the strongest warrior, that was Achilles. He was not the most noble, that was perhaps Hector. But he was the cleverest, and that cleverness would be both his greatest asset and, ultimately, the source of his greatest suffering. After the sack of Troy, Odysseus and his men set sail for home. Ithaca was not far, and under normal circumstances, the journey should have taken only a few days, perhaps a week or two at most. Odysseus had left behind his wife Penelope and his infant son Telemachus, and he was eager to return to them. He had been away for 10 years fighting the war, and he longed for his home, his kingdom, and his family. But normal circumstances, as we have seen, were not what awaited the Greek fleet. The storm that Poseidon and Athena sent scattered the ships. Odysseus's vessels were blown off course, driven into unknown waters far from the familiar trade routes that connected Greece with Troy. And then, to make matters much worse, Odysseus did something that would earn him Poseidon's personal and undying enmity. The fleet made landfall on an island that was home to the Cyclopes. Odysseus, always curious, took a small group of men to explore. They found a cave filled with food, cheeses, lambs, all the supplies a shepherd might need. Odysseus wanted to wait and meet the owner, but his men urged him to take what they could and leave. Odysseus, fatefully, insisted on staying. The owner of the cave was Polyphemus, the giant son of Poseidon. When he returned and found strangers in his home, he rolled a massive boulder across the entrance, trapping them inside. Then, without warning or negotiation, he snatched up 2 of Odysseus's men and ate them raw, crushing their bodies and devouring them while Odysseus and the others watched in horror. This happened again at the next meal and the next. The Cyclops was treating them like cattle, keeping them penned up to be slaughtered and eaten at his leisure. Odysseus, thinking quickly, devised a plan. He offered Polyphemus strong wine, which the Cyclops, who had never tasted such a drink, guzzled down eagerly. As Polyphemus grew drunk, he asked Odysseus his name. "Nobody," Odysseus replied. "My name is Nobody." Polyphemus, in his drunken generosity, said that he would eat Nobody last, as a guest gift. Then he fell into a deep, wine-soaked sleep. Odysseus and his men heated a massive wooden stake in the fire until it glowed red. Then, coordinating their efforts, they drove the burning point into Polyphemus's single eye, twisting it and grinding it until the eye was destroyed. Polyphemus awoke screaming, his howls so loud that other Cyclopes came running to see what was wrong. "Who is hurting you?" they called. "What's happening?" "Nobody!" Polyphemus roared. "Nobody is killing me! Nobody has blinded me!" The other Cyclopes, thinking he had gone mad or was simply drunk, left him to his suffering. The next morning, still blind and in terrible pain, Polyphemus rolled away the stone to let his sheep out to pasture. But he sat in the entrance, running his hands over each sheep's back to make sure no men escaped. Odysseus, ever clever, had tied his men and himself to the undersides of the sheep. As each sheep passed out of the cave, it carried a Greek clinging to its belly. Polyphemus, feeling only the sheep's backs, let them pass. Once free and back aboard their ships, Odysseus should have simply sailed away. He should have counted his blessings, mourned his lost men, and disappeared into the sea before Polyphemus could discover his deception. But Odysseus, normally so clever, committed an act of extraordinary hubris. As his ships moved away from shore, he called back to the Cyclops, taunting him. Polyphemus heard his voice and hurled massive boulders in the direction of the sound, nearly swamping the ships with the waves they created. Odysseus's men begged him to stop, to be silent, to let them escape. But Odysseus, his pride inflamed by his own cleverness, called out again. This time, he revealed his true name. "If anyone asks who blinded you," he shouted across the water, "tell them it was Odysseus, king of Ithaca, sacker of cities." Polyphemus stopped throwing boulders. He stood on the shore, his ruined eye weeping, and raised his arms to the sky. "Father Poseidon," he prayed, "hear me. Grant that Odysseus, if he is fated to return home at all, may do so late, after many sufferings, having lost all his companions on a foreign ship, and may he find trouble waiting in his household." Poseidon heard his son's prayer, and because Polyphemus was his child, because the insult was real and the harm done, and because Poseidon was a god who honored his family above all else, he determined to grant that prayer to the fullest extent that fate would allow. From that moment on, every stage of Odysseus's journey home was complicated by Poseidon's interference. Not every disaster that befell Odysseus can be directly attributed to the sea god. The hero's own poor judgment and the foolishness of his crew caused many problems. But again and again, when Odysseus seemed to be making progress, when he seemed close to reaching home, Poseidon would intervene to drive him back into unknown waters, to scatter his fleet, to prolong his suffering. The first major disaster came at the island of Aeolia, home of Aeolus, keeper of the winds. Aeolus had given Odysseus a leather bag containing all the unfavorable winds, leaving only the west wind free to blow them home to Ithaca. For 9 days they sailed, and on the 10th day they could see Ithaca's shores. Odysseus, who had been steering the ship himself for all that time, finally allowed himself to sleep. But his men, curious about the bag and suspecting it contained treasure, opened it. All the winds rushed out at once, creating a storm that drove the ships all the way back to Aeolia. Aeolus, realizing that the gods must be against Odysseus to allow such a thing to happen, refused to help again. They sailed on and came to the land of the Laestrygonians, giant cannibals who destroyed 11 of Odysseus's 12 ships by hurling boulders at them and then eating the crews. Only Odysseus's own ship escaped, and it did so only because he had prudently anchored it outside the harbor rather than within it. With just one ship and a few dozen men, Odysseus continued. They reached the island of Aeaea, home of the sorceress Circe. She transformed most of his crew into pigs, but Odysseus, aided by Hermes, resisted her magic and forced her to restore his men. They stayed with Circe for a year, and she bore Odysseus a son, though he did not stay to raise the child. When they finally left, Circe warned them of the dangers ahead: the sirens, whose songs lured sailors to their deaths, the monsters Scylla and Charybdis, and the island of the sun god Helios, where cattle sacred to the god grazed. Odysseus plugged his men's ears with beeswax to protect them from the sirens, though he had himself tied to the mast so he could hear their song without being able to act on the desire to sail toward them. They navigated between Scylla and Charybdis, though Scylla snatched 6 men from the deck and devoured them. And when they reached the island of Helios, Odysseus warned his crew not to touch the sacred cattle. But while he slept, his men, starving and desperate, slaughtered and ate some of the cattle. Zeus himself punished this sacrilege. He sent a storm that destroyed the ship, killing everyone except Odysseus, who clung to wreckage and drifted for 9 days before washing up on the island of Ogygia, home of the nymph Calypso. Calypso kept Odysseus as her prisoner and lover for 7 years. She wanted him to stay with her forever, even offering him immortality if he would remain and be her husband. But Odysseus, despite being unable to escape, spent his days sitting on the beach, staring at the horizon, weeping for his lost home and family. Finally, Athena appealed to Zeus on Odysseus's behalf. She pointed out that Odysseus had always been pious, had made proper sacrifices, and deserved better than to waste away on a remote island. Zeus agreed, but he could not openly defy his brother Poseidon, so he waited until Poseidon was away, visiting the Ethiopians, and then sent Hermes to command Calypso to release Odysseus. Calypso, though reluctant, obeyed. She gave Odysseus materials to build a raft and supplies for his journey. But when Poseidon returned from Ethiopia and saw Odysseus sailing across his sea, making for home at last, the god's rage erupted. He raised a terrible storm, smashing Odysseus's raft to pieces and nearly drowning him. Only the intervention of a sea goddess named Ino, who gave Odysseus her magical veil to keep him afloat, saved his life. For 2 days and nights, Odysseus swam through the stormy seas, buffeted by waves, his strength failing. Finally, he reached the island of Scheria, home of the Phaeacians. He collapsed on the shore, barely alive. The next day, he was found by Nausicaa, daughter of the Phaeacian king, who brought him to her father's palace. The Phaeacians were a people beloved by the gods, and they made it their custom to help stranded travelers reach their homes. King Alcinous, after hearing Odysseus's story, provided him with a ship and crew to take him back to Ithaca. The Phaeacian ship was magical, faster than any bird, able to find its way without a helmsman. While Odysseus slept, exhausted from his ordeals, the ship carried him across the sea and delivered him to Ithaca's shores, finally, after 10 years of wandering. But Poseidon was not finished. He was furious that the Phaeacians had helped Odysseus, despite knowing of his curse. He turned their ship to stone, just as it was entering the harbor of Scheria, as a warning to them never to aid travelers in this way again. As for Odysseus, he had finally reached home, but as Polyphemus had prayed, he arrived late, having lost all his companions on a foreign ship. And he found trouble waiting in his household, as over 100 suitors had taken over his palace, eating his food, drinking his wine, courting his wife, and plotting to kill his son. But those troubles were mortal troubles, and they could be dealt with by mortal means. Poseidon's curse had run its course. The sea god's wrath was satisfied, not because Odysseus had apologized or made amends, but simply because time and suffering had fulfilled the terms of Polyphemus's prayer. The persecution of Odysseus stands as perhaps the most detailed account of Poseidon's wrath in all of Greek mythology. It shows us both the god's power, his ability to torment a single mortal for years on end, and his limitations, for despite all his efforts, he could not actually prevent Odysseus from returning home. Fate had decreed that Odysseus would return, and even Poseidon could not overturn fate entirely. He could only make the journey as difficult as possible, adding years of suffering to what should have been a short voyage. But the persecution of Odysseus was only one chapter in the much longer story of Poseidon's involvement in mortal affairs. Throughout Greek mythology, the sea god appears again and again, sometimes as helper, sometimes as adversary, always as a powerful and unpredictable force. Beyond the grand epics of war and revenge, Poseidon wove his way through countless other myths and legends. His presence felt in stories both famous and obscure. His power, his pride, and his passions continue to shape the fates of gods and mortals alike. One of the most famous myths involving Poseidon concerns King Minos of Crete and the origin of the Minotaur. Minos, seeking to prove his divine right to rule Crete, prayed to Poseidon for a sign. The sea god responded by sending a magnificent white bull from the sea, with the understanding that Minos would sacrifice the bull back to Poseidon after his claim to the throne was secured. The bull was so beautiful, so perfect, that the Cretans immediately acknowledged Minos as their rightful king. But Minos, like so many mortals in Greek myths, thought he could deceive the gods. Instead of sacrificing the white bull, he kept it for himself, adding it to his herds, and sacrificed a different bull in its place. Poseidon, of course, knew what Minos had done, and he was not amused. As punishment, he cursed Minos' wife, Pasiphae, causing her to fall into an unnatural lust for the white bull. Pasiphae, desperate and ashamed, enlisted the help of Daedalus, the master craftsman, to construct a hollow wooden cow covered in hide. She climbed inside this contraption, and when the white bull mounted what it thought was a cow, Pasiphae conceived. The child born from this unholy union was the Minotaur, a creature with the body of a man but the head of a bull. The Minotaur was monstrous in both appearance and appetite, eating human flesh and growing more savage with each passing year. Minos, horrified but unable to kill the creature that was, after all, his wife's child, commanded Daedalus to build a labyrinth beneath the palace, a maze so complex that no one who entered could ever find their way out. The Minotaur was placed at the labyrinth's center, and every 9 years, Athens was forced to send 7 young men and 7 young women as tribute. These youths were sent into the labyrinth to be devoured by the monster, payment for Athens having killed Minos' son years before. This continued until Theseus, Poseidon's own son, volunteered to be one of the tributes. With the help of Minos' daughter Ariadne, who gave him a ball of thread to mark his path, Theseus navigated the labyrinth, slew the Minotaur, and escaped. Thus, Poseidon's vengeance against Minos ultimately led to the creature's death at the hands of the sea god's own child, one of those strange circles that Greek mythology was full of. Poseidon's relationship with Demeter, goddess of the harvest, was another tale that reflects the complex and often troubling nature of divine power in Greek mythology. According to the Arcadian tradition, while Demeter was searching for her daughter Persephone, who had been abducted by Hades, Poseidon pursued her. Demeter, consumed with grief over her daughter and having no interest in his advances, transformed herself into a mare and hid among the horses of King Onkeos, hoping her disguise would allow her to escape notice. But Poseidon was not deterred. He transformed himself into a stallion and, discovering her among the herd, forced himself upon her. The mythological texts are clear about the violent nature of this encounter. From this union came two offspring: Arion, the divine horse who could speak and run faster than the wind, and Despoina, a goddess of mystery whose cult was practiced in Arcadia. Demeter's reaction to this violation, as the myths tell it, was profound. She withdrew to a cave, refusing to emerge or allow the earth to produce crops until she had purified herself by washing in the river Ladon. The ancient Greeks called her Demeter Erinis, Demeter the Fury, in memory of her rage. This myth, with its themes of violation and the disruption of natural order, reflects some of the darker realities of how the ancient Greeks conceived of divine power and the relationships between gods. Yet not all of Poseidon's interventions in mortal affairs were born of anger or lust. Sometimes he helped, particularly when properly honored or when his interest aligned with a mortal's cause. He aided the hero Pelops win his bride Hippodamia by providing him with winged horses that could outrace those of her father, King Oenomaus. He saved the musician Arion from pirates by sending dolphins to rescue him after he was thrown overboard. He assisted various city founders and colonists by calming seas and creating harbors where none had existed before. Poseidon was also deeply involved in the generation of heroes that followed the Trojan War. His grandson, Neleus, founded Pylos, and Neleus's son Nestor became one of the most respected figures in Greek mythology, a wise counselor who served in both the war against Troy and as an advisor to younger generations. Poseidon's bloodline ran through the royal houses of multiple cities, and through these descendants, his influence continued to shape events long after his direct interventions had ceased. Throughout all these myths, certain patterns emerge in Poseidon's character. He was, above all, a god of extremes. When calm, the seas were smooth and favorable, but when angered, his wrath was terrible and often disproportionate to the offense. He was fiercely protective of his children and his honor, willing to hold grudges for years or even decades. He was passionate and lustful, taking what he wanted regardless of the wishes of others. He valued strength and displays of power, but he could also be cunning when the situation called for it. Unlike some gods, who seem to have clear moral alignments, who consistently acted as forces for good or evil, Poseidon was more complex. He could be a benefactor or a destroyer, sometimes both in the same myth. He represented the fundamental unpredictability of the natural world. The sea, after all, gives life through fishing and trade, through rain and rivers, but it also takes life through storms and shipwrecks and drownings. Poseidon embodied this duality, and throughout all the myths, one thing remained constant. Poseidon demanded respect, whether from gods or mortals, whether through proper sacrifices and prayers, or simply through acknowledgement of his power. Poseidon required that his status be recognized. Those who honored him could expect his favor, or at least his neutrality. Those who slighted him, whether intentionally like Minos or accidentally like Odysseus, would feel the full weight of his divine wrath. The ancient Greeks who told these stories understood that they were not just entertaining tales, but lessons about the world they lived in. The sea was central to Greek life. Greece is a country of islands and peninsulas, surrounded by water on nearly all sides. The sea provided food and trade routes, connected scattered communities, and allowed for the exchange of ideas and goods. But it was also dangerous. Storms could rise with little warning, ships could be dashed against rocks, entire fleets could be lost. In Poseidon, the Greeks gave this reality a face and a name, a personality and a story. They could pray to him, offer him sacrifices, and hope that he would be merciful. They could tell stories of heroes who had won his favor or suffered his wrath, and in those stories, they could find both entertainment and instruction on how to navigate not just the physical seas, but the dangerous waters of divine attention. As with all the Olympian gods, the worship of Poseidon was widespread throughout the ancient Greek world. he was honored with temples, festivals, and sacrifices, particularly in coastal communities, where his favor was essential to daily life. The ancient Greeks understood that while he might not be the king of the gods, while Zeus might hold the supreme authority, Poseidon's domain touched nearly every aspect of their existence. The most famous temple dedicated to Poseidon stood at Cape Sunion, on a promontory overlooking the Aegean Sea. This temple, built in the 5th century before the Common Era, was positioned on a cliff high above the waves, a beacon visible to sailors approaching Athens from the sea. When ships rounded the cape and saw the temple's marble columns gleaming white against the sky, they knew they were almost home, and captains would offer prayers of thanks to Poseidon for bringing them safely to port. The ruins of this temple still stand today, one of the most photographed archaeological sites in Greece, and visitors continue to be moved by its dramatic location and the enduring power of its architecture. Another major center of Poseidon worship was at the Isthmus of Corinth, that narrow strip of land connecting the Peloponnese to mainland Greece. Here, the sanctuary of Poseidon hosted the Isthmian Games, one of the 4 Pan-Hellenic Games along with the Olympics, the Pythian Games, and the Nemean Games. These games, held every 2 years, featured athletic competitions, chariot races, and musical contests. They were second in importance only to the Olympics, and to win at the Isthmian Games brought a victor great honor and fame. The games were held in honor of Poseidon, and victors dedicated their prizes to the god. The site also included a temple, though it was rebuilt multiple times over the centuries, and little remains of the ancient structure today. In Athens, despite losing the contest with Athena, Poseidon maintained a significant presence. The Erechtheion on the Acropolis was dedicated to both Athena and Poseidon, and inside the temple, pilgrims could see the marks left by Poseidon's trident and the well of salt water that he had created. The Athenians, practical people that they were, understood that while Athena might be their patron, they still needed Poseidon's favor for their navy, their merchant fleet, and their port at Piraeus. They celebrated festivals in his honor and maintained his cult with regular sacrifices. The sacrifices offered to Poseidon reflected his various domains and the ancient Greeks' understanding of proper worship. Black bulls were commonly sacrificed, their dark color perhaps representing the depths of the ocean or the darkness of the earth that shook during earthquakes. Horses were also offered to him, in recognition of his role as Hippios, the horse god. In some coastal regions, horses might be driven into the sea as a form of sacrifice, an ancient practice that seems cruel to modern sensibilities, but which the Greeks viewed as returning to Poseidon what he had created. These rituals were part of a worldview very different from our own, one in which the gods demanded tangible offerings in exchange for their favor. Sailors, before setting out on voyages, would pour libations into the sea, offering wine or oil directly into Poseidon's realm. They would pray for calm seas and favorable winds, and upon returning safely, they would make additional offerings in thanks. Fishermen did the same, asking Poseidon to guide their nets to where the fish were plentiful. Merchants whose ships carried trade goods across the Mediterranean maintained shrines to Poseidon in their homes and in their warehouses, knowing that their prosperity depended on the god's mercy. Various epithets were used to invoke different aspects of Poseidon's nature. He was called Enosishthon, or Enosigaios, the earth-shaker, in prayers seeking protection from earthquakes. He was called Asphaleios, the securer, in his role as protector of those who traveled by sea. He was called Hippios in his role as tamer of horses. He was called Phytalmios, the nourisher, in recognition of his control over fresh water and springs. Each epithet emphasized a different aspect of his power, allowing worshippers to direct their prayers to the specific facet of Poseidon's nature most relevant to their needs. Festivals dedicated to Poseidon were celebrated throughout the year in different cities. In Athens, the Poseidonia was held in the winter month of Poseidon, which roughly corresponds to December and January in the modern calendar. This festival included sacrifices, processions, and feasting. In Corinth, festivals were held at the time of the Isthmian Games, combining athletic competition with religious observance. In coastal communities, festivals often coincided with the beginning of the sailing season in spring or the end of the season in autumn, marking times when the sea was particularly important to community life. The Romans, when they conquered Greece and adopted much of Greek religion, identified Poseidon with their own sea god Neptune. Under this name, he continued to be worshipped throughout the Roman Empire. The Romans added their own elements to his cult, but the fundamental characteristics remained the same. Neptune, like Poseidon before him, was powerful, temperamental, and essential to an empire that depended on control of the Mediterranean Sea for its prosperity and security. With the spread of Christianity and the eventual decline of the old religions, worship of Poseidon gradually ceased. Temples were abandoned, converted to churches, or demolished for building materials. The festivals stopped being celebrated, the priesthoods ended, but while the worship died, the stories remained. Greek mythology was preserved and transmitted through the centuries, studied first by Byzantine scholars, then by Islamic scholars during the Middle Ages, and finally rediscovered by Renaissance Europe. Poseidon, along with the other gods, lived on not as a deity to be worshipped, but as a character in literature, a subject for art, and a symbol of the forces he had always represented: the power of the sea, the instability of the earth, the wildness of nature that could never be fully tamed. Today, Poseidon continues to captivate. He appears in modern literature, in films, in video games, in countless retellings and reimaginings of Greek myths. Each generation finds something new in these ancient stories, some fresh interpretation or application to contemporary concerns. Poseidon's story, in particular, resonates in an age increasingly aware of the power and fragility of the oceans. Climate change is affecting sea levels and water temperatures. Marine ecosystems are under stress. The power of hurricanes and typhoons reminds us of the ocean's devastating potential. In our own way, we are still telling Poseidon's story, still grappling with humanity's complex relationship with the seas. And so we come to the end of our journey through the life of Poseidon, from his troubled birth and captivity within his father's belly, through the war against the Titans and the division of the cosmos, through his marriage and his many affairs, through his contests with other gods and his persecution of those who offended him, to his worship by the ancient Greeks and his continuing presence in our collective imagination. Poseidon was never the most important of the Olympian gods. That distinction belonged to his younger brother Zeus. He was never the wisest, that was Athena. He was never the most artistic, that was Apollo. But in his own realm, in the vast expanses of ocean that covered more of the earth's surface than all the lands combined, Poseidon was supreme. His trident could summon storms or calm seas. His wrath could strand sailors on distant shores or send them to watery graves. His favor could mean the difference between prosperity and poverty for any community that lived by the sea. More than that, Poseidon represented something fundamental about the Greek understanding of the world. The gods were not abstract philosophical principles or distant creators. They were intensely present forces, personalities with desires and anger and pride. They could be appealed to, bargained with, even sometimes tricked, but they could never be ignored. Poseidon, perhaps more than any other god except Zeus, embodied this dangerous intimacy between the divine and the mortal. He was too powerful to defy, too temperamental to predict, and too essential to daily life to risk offending. His story reminds us that power comes in many forms. It is not just about ruling from a throne or winning battles. It is about controlling the elements that life depends upon. It is about being indispensable. The ancient Greeks might build their cities on land, might look to Zeus in the sky or Athena for wisdom, but they could never forget the god who ruled the seas. Every time they looked at the water, every time they felt the ground shake, every time they heard thunder echo across the waves, they thought of Poseidon. And in thinking of him, in telling his stories, In offering their prayers and sacrifices, they were doing what humans have always done, trying to make sense of a world both beautiful and terrifying, trying to find meaning in the forces that shape our lives, trying to navigate between safety and disaster, between the known and the unknown, between the shore and the deep. The sea remains, as it was in ancient times, both highway and barrier, source of life and threat of death. We no longer believe that a god with a trident controls the tides or sends the storms, but we still respect the sea's power, still feel small in the face of its vastness, still understand that despite all our technology and knowledge, we are at the mercy of forces greater than ourselves. In that sense, Poseidon's story is eternal. The names change, the explanations become scientific rather than mythological. But the fundamental truth remains. There are powers in this world that we cannot control, and wisdom lies in acknowledging that reality rather than denying it. The ancient Greeks knew this, and they created gods like Poseidon, not to explain everything, but to give form to their understanding that the world was bigger and more dangerous, and more wonderful than any human society could fully comprehend. So tonight, as we finish this journey through the mythology of the sea god, take a moment to think about the stories we've explored. Think about the newborn swallowed by his father, the warrior who helped overthrow the Titans, the king who built palaces beneath the waves, the lover who pursued countless partners, the father of both heroes and monsters, the rival who competed for Athens, the enemy who persecuted Odysseus for 10 long years. Think about all these facets of Poseidon's character, how they fit together to create not a perfect god, not an all-good or all-evil deity, but something more complex and more human, despite his divinity. A being of tremendous power and tremendous flaws, of generosity and cruelty, of grandeur and pettiness. The gods of ancient Greece were never meant to be moral exemplars. They were meant to be explanations, stories, warnings, and occasionally inspirations. They were meant to reflect the world as the Greeks saw it, complicated, dangerous, beautiful, and ultimately beyond full human understanding. In Poseidon, all of these qualities find expression in the crash of waves, the shaking of earth, and the thunder of hooves. His story is the story of the sea itself, and like the sea, it continues to fascinate, to terrify, and to inspire. Thank you for joining me on this deep dive into Greek mythology. As always, I hope you learned something new, found something to think about, or simply enjoyed the stories of gods and heroes, of monsters and mortals, of a world where the divine and the everyday intertwined in ways both marvelous and terrible. On to the next. Tonight we descend into shadow, into the realm where no sunlight reaches, where the living dare not tread and the dead cannot leave. We journey to meet the most misunderstood figure in all of Greek mythology, a god who rules not with lightning or waves, but with silence and inevitability. Tonight, we tell the complete story of Hades, god of the underworld, keeper of souls, lord of the invisible realm. So settle in, let the world above fade away, and let's begin our descent. Before thrones were cast and kingdoms divided, before the underworld even existed as a concept, there was only the reign of the Titans. In those ancient days, Kronos sat upon the throne of the cosmos, having torn it from his father Uranus with a sickle forged of adamantine, severing sky from earth in an act of brutal rebellion. The wound never healed. The cosmos itself remembered. And Kronos, now king, married his sister Rhea, a titaness of gentle heart and ancient strength, and together they ruled during what some would later call a golden age, though darkness pooled beneath that golden surface, like blood beneath snow. Rhea was mother to the gods, though she would not know them, not at first. Her womb was blessed and cursed in equal measure, for each child she bore was destined for greatness, and each child was destined for darkness. The prophecy had been spoken by Uranus himself, in his dying moments, or perhaps by Gaia, who had orchestrated his fall. The words were simple and terrible. As Kronos had overthrown his father, so too would he be overthrown by his own son. The curse of succession, the wheel turning ever onward. Kronos heard these words and felt them settle in his bones like frost. He would not suffer his father's fate. He would not be cast down. And so when Rhea gave birth to their first child, when she held that divine infant in her arms and felt the warmth of new life, Kronos took the baby from her and swallowed it whole. That first child was Hades, born into the world, born into his father's throat, never knowing sunlight, never drawing his first breath. The infant god, eldest of the Olympians, though he would never be counted among them in their shining halls, disappeared into the belly of his father before his eyes could focus, before his fingers could grasp. In the darkness of Kronos' stomach, he existed but did not live. Time passed differently there. It was neither death nor life, but something suspended between, a strange, immortal limbo, where divine flesh could not die, but neither could it truly grow. 5 more times Rhea gave birth. 5 more times she held her children, felt their weight, heard their cries, looked into their newborn eyes, and saw eternity reflected there. 5 more times Kronos took them from her arms. Hestia, goddess of the hearth, warm and gentle from her first moment, swallowed. Demeter, who would have made the earth bloom, swallowed. Hera, proud even as an infant, swallowed. Poseidon, with eyes already the color of deep ocean, swallowed. Each one joined Hades in that dark prison, siblings who had never met, gods who existed in a space outside of space, time outside of time. What was it like, do you suppose, in that lightless place? The ancient texts don't say. They speak only of the swallowing, the imprisonment, the eventual release. But imagine it, 6 divine beings, immortal children, trapped in their father's belly for years that stretched into eternity. Did they know each other? Could they sense one another's presence in the dark? Did Hades, the eldest, the first to be condemned to this fate, feel his siblings arrive one by one? Did they communicate somehow, these unborn gods, these almost children frozen in their first moments? Perhaps they dreamed. Perhaps in that suspended state, they saw visions of what they would become. Hades might have glimpsed darkness, but not the darkness of his prison. A different darkness. A necessary darkness. The darkness at the end of all things, where souls gather and stories end. Perhaps he saw himself on a throne of ebony, crowned not in gold but in shadow, ruling not the living but the inevitable. Perhaps he knew, even then, what awaited him. The darkness in Kronos' belly was absolute. No star, no flame, no dawn, but it was not empty. The Titan king had swallowed his children to prevent prophecy, yet in doing so, he had created something else entirely. A space where divine power accumulated, where 6 gods grew not in body, but in essence, in potential, in compressed fury. They were not dead. They were waiting. And waiting, as the underworld would later teach the mortal souls who pass through its gates, is its own form of eternity. Years passed in the world above. The golden age continued. Mortals lived in peace, unknowing. The Titans ruled from their thrones on Mount Othrys in the south, conducting the business of cosmos and earth. And in the belly of their king, his children existed in patient silence. Hades, the eldest, the first consumed, waited longest. If he felt anything in that darkness, if some spark of consciousness persisted in that strange imprisonment, it would have been patience. The kind of patience that only the dead know. The kind of patience that would later define his reign. Because Hades, even before he became the god of the underworld, was learning its most fundamental lesson. That all things end. That all things come down to the dark eventually. That patience, in the end, always wins. But no reign lasts forever, not even the reign of Kronos. Rhea, grieving and furious, her arms empty of the children she'd borne, would not allow a seventh to suffer the same fate. When she felt Zeus growing in her womb, she fled to the island of Crete, to a cave on Mount Ida, where the earth itself opened to shelter her. And there, in secret, she gave birth to the child who would change everything. The moment of liberation came without warning, at least for those trapped within Kronos. One moment there was only darkness, familiar and eternal. The next, everything was motion, violence, reversal. Rhea and the Titaness Métis had concocted a potion, bitter and powerful, that would make Kronos regurgitate what he had swallowed. Zeus, now grown to manhood in his Cretan hiding place, presented this potion to his father. Whether through trickery or force, the ancient texts disagree, but the result was the same. Kronos' stomach convulsed. His body rebelled against the divine flesh it had contained for so long. First came the stone, the rock that Rhea had wrapped in swaddling clothes and presented to Kronos in place of Zeus. It clattered onto the ground, inert, ordinary, a symbol of deception. Then came the gods. Not as infants, for time had not touched them in the way it touches mortal things, but as fully formed divine beings. They emerged in reverse order of their consumption. Poseidon first, god of the sea, before he'd ever seen water, blinking in the light. Then Hades, queen in waiting. Then Demeter, earth mother who'd never touched earth. Then Hestia, firstborn daughter, keeper of flame that had never warmed her. And last came Hades, eldest of the children, but last to be freed. He stepped from his father's body into the world for the first time, and the light must have been blinding. After years, decades, perhaps centuries in that absolute darkness, the mere presence of stars would have been overwhelming. His eyes, divine though they were, would have needed to adjust. His lungs would have drawn breath for the first time, real breath, air that was not stomach acid and divine essence, but the clean wind of the mountain. The 6 siblings stood together, freed, furious, divine. Around them the world waited. Kronos, weakened by the potion, stared at his children, at the prophecy made flesh, at his doom walking toward him on 6 pairs of divine feet. And Zeus, their youngest brother, their liberator, looked at each of them in turn and spoke words that would echo through eternity. It is time to fight. It is time to claim what is ours. It is time for the Titans to fall. But first, they needed weapons. First, they needed allies. First, they needed to free others who had been imprisoned not in a stomach, but in something far worse. Deep beneath the earth, in the darkest pit of Tartarus, Kronos had imprisoned the Cyclopes and the Hecatonchires, the 100-handed ones, giants of immense power whom he feared would overthrow him. Ironic, perhaps, that his precautions were insufficient, that imprisoning these beings only ensured they would become the instruments of his downfall. Zeus led them down through caves and chasms, down past the roots of mountains, down to where the earth itself grew hot and the walls wept with primordial moisture. And at the very bottom, in the maximum security zone of Tartarus, they found the imprisoned giants. The place was guarded by Camper, a creature of nightmare, a monster whose very appearance made even gods tremble. But Zeus, with his siblings beside him, with prophecy and fury driving him forward, slew the guardian. The bronze gates opened. The imprisoned were freed. The Cyclopes, grateful beyond measure for their liberation, offered the gods a gift. They were master smiths, these one-eyed giants, capable of forging weapons that no mortal hand could craft. In the depths of Tartarus, where fire runs in rivers and metal flows like water, they set to work. For Zeus, they forged the thunderbolt, crackling with the power of storms, capable of splitting mountains and shaking the pillars of heaven. For Poseidon, they forged the trident, 3-pronged and deadly, able to command the seas and split the earth with earthquakes. And for Hades, eldest of the Olympians, they forged something different, something that spoke to the nature of what he would become. They forged the helm of darkness, a helmet that granted its wearer complete invisibility, the power to move unseen through any realm, to walk among gods and men and monsters without being perceived. It was black as void, this helmet, decorated some say with scenes of death and endings. When Hades first placed it upon his head, he vanished utterly. Even his brothers could not see him. Even the Cyclopes who had forged it lost track of him in the shadows of Tartarus. The helmet rendered him invisible, not just to sight, but to sense itself. He became a ghost, a whisper, a presence that could be felt, but never quite grasped. The gift was prophetic. This was no weapon of direct force like the thunderbolt or trident. This was a weapon of stealth, of inevitability, of the unseen hand. This was the weapon of death itself, which comes always without warning, which stalks in darkness and strikes when least expected. Hades accepted the helmet and knew it for what it was: an acknowledgement, a prophecy, a promise. This was not the tool of a sky god or a sea lord. This was the tool of something else entirely. The war began. Later ages would call it the Titanomachy, the clash between the old gods and the new, between the generation of Kronos and the generation of Zeus. It lasted 10 years, though time itself seemed to warp and twist during those battles. The world shook. Mountains crumbled. The very fabric of reality tore as divine powers collided. The Titans gathered on Mount Othrys, rallying to Kronos, who still commanded respect and fear despite his weakened state. Hyperion, lord of light; Iapetus, father of Prometheus; Coeus and Creus, mighty warriors; Atlas, strongest of all the Titans, who could hold the sky itself upon his shoulders. They came with fire and fury, determined to crush this rebellion, to restore the old order. The Olympians made their stand on Mount Olympus in the north, a peak that would become the center of divine power for millennia to come. Zeus commanded the thunderbolt, hurling lightning that split the sky and set the clouds on fire. Poseidon wielded the trident, calling up tidal waves that swallowed coastlines and earthquakes that cracked the foundations of mountains. Hera fought with regal fury. Demeter called the earth itself to rise up. Hestia held the center, the hearth around which the others rallied, and Hades vanished. With the helm of darkness upon his head, he became invisible, intangible, unknown. He moved through the battlefield like a shadow, striking from nowhere, appearing beside Titans who thought themselves safe only to drive home a blade or deliver a blow that sent them reeling. The Titans feared him most of all, for they could not predict him, could not defend against an enemy they could not see. He was death-walking among them, patient and inevitable. The Hecatonchires joined the fight, hurling boulders with their 100 hands, creating storms of stone that rained down upon the Titan armies. The Cyclopes forged weapons and armor, supplied the Olympians with the tools of war. Slowly, painfully, the tide began to turn. The old order weakened. The new order pressed forward. And after 10 years of war, after a decade of blood and thunder and divine fury that reshaped the world, Kronos and his allies fell. The defeated Titans were cast down into Tartarus, chained in the same pit where they had once imprisoned others. The Hecatonchires became their jailers, ensuring that none would ever escape. The gates were sealed with bronze that would never rust, locked with locks that would never open. The age of the Titans ended not with gentle transition, but with violence and imprisonment. The wheel had turned. The prophecy was fulfilled. Zeus and his siblings stood victorious, masters of a world they had never seen until the day of their liberation. But now came a question more difficult than any they had faced in battle. Who would rule what? The cosmos was vast. The sky stretched eternal. The seas covered most of the world. And beneath everything, beneath the earth itself, there was darkness. There were depths. There was the place where souls would one day go, though that realm did not yet exist in the form it would take. How do you divide infinity? How do you split the world among siblings who have fought together, bled together, one together. The solution was old, older perhaps than the gods themselves. They would cast lots. They would leave it to fate, to chance, to the same mysterious forces that had preserved them through their imprisonment and led them to victory. 3 brothers, 3 realms. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades gathered together, away from the others, away from the celebrations of victory. They drew lots from a helmet, some sources say. Others claim they simply divided by mutual agreement. But the result, however it was achieved, would define the cosmos for eternity. Zeus drew the sky. The heavens themselves became his domain, the clouds his palace, the storm his weapon. He became king of the gods, not because he was eldest or strongest, but because the sky encompassed all, looked down upon all, touched all things. His dominion was visibility, light, the air that all creatures breathed. He became the god all mortals would look up to, literally and figuratively. Poseidon drew the sea. The oceans, vast and wild, became his kingdom. Every river, every spring, every drop of salt water answered to his command. He built his palace beneath the waves, in grottos of coral and pearl, and there he ruled over creatures that had never seen the sun, over depths where strange fish swam and stranger things lurked. His was a kingdom of mystery, of power that could drown cities or bring life to barren shores. And Hades drew the underworld, the realm beneath. The darkness below the world, deeper even than the oceans, a place that did not yet exist, but would need to exist, must exist, because all things end, and those endings must go somewhere. He became lord of the unseen realm, keeper of the dead, ruler of the place where stories conclude. His kingdom was not the earth itself, for that remained common ground, shared by all. But everything beneath the earth, everything that fell below, became his domain. The ancient texts suggest he was not pleased. How could he be? His brothers received realms of life, of movement, of visible power. Zeus would be celebrated, worshipped, feared, and loved. Poseidon would command respect from sailors and coastal people, receive sacrifices, have temples built in his honor. But Hades, who would worship the god of death? Who would celebrate the keeper of endings? His realm would inspire only dread. His name would become a curse. Parents would shield their children from even speaking it. But Zeus, wise beyond his years perhaps, or simply pragmatic, spoke words that would shape Hades' understanding of his new dominion. All mortals die, brother. Every human who walks the earth, every creature that draws breath, will one day enter your kingdom. Your subjects will be numberless. More souls will bow before your throne than will ever worship at mine. Empires rise and fall, but death is eternal. You are not king of the least realm, but of the inevitable one. Whether this consoled Hades, the texts do not say, but he accepted his lot. He descended into his new kingdom, deep beneath the earth, and began the work of building what would become the most feared and necessary place in all creation. The underworld needed structure, needed rules, needed to be more than just darkness and void. It needed to become a proper realm, a kingdom worthy of a god. The first thing he established were the borders. 5 rivers would mark the boundaries of his domain, each with its own character, its own purpose, its own terrible beauty. The Styx, oldest of rivers, where the gods themselves would swear their most binding oaths. To swear by the Styx was to bind yourself to truth, for not even Zeus could break an oath sworn on those dark waters without suffering consequences. The river Acheron, the river of woe, where grief flowed like water and the newly dead first encountered the reality of their fate. The Phlegethon, river of fire, where flames burned without consuming, a river that ran with liquid flame that never cooled. The Cocytus, river of lamentation, where the wails of the dead echoed eternally, where sorrow pooled and crystallized into something solid, and Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, where souls could drink and lose their memories, their identities, their very sense of self, preparing for rebirth or simply finding relief from the weight of their past lives. These rivers were more than water. They were concepts made liquid, emotions given form, divine principles flowing in eternal circuits through the darkness. They mapped out the underworld, created its geography, gave it shape and substance. And at the center, where all 5 rivers met in a confluence of shadow and power, Hades built his palace. It was not made of gold or marble or any material that existed in the world above. It was built from the darkness itself, from compressed shadow and ancient stone, from materials that had never seen sun and never would. The walls were black as void. The halls stretched longer than distance should allow. The ceilings arched into darkness that had no ceiling, only the sense of vast space pressing down. Silence hung in the air like fog. Torches burned with cold flame that gave light but no warmth. At the very center of this palace stood the throne of Hades. Not a throne of comfort or celebration, but a seat of judgment, of finality, of power that came not from physical might, but from inevitability itself. It was carved, the stories say, from a single piece of ebony, black wood that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. On this throne, Hades would sit for millennia to come, watching the dead arrive in endless streams, presiding over his kingdom with stern and patient authority. But a kingdom needs more than a king. It needs servants, guards, administrators. Hades began to populate his realm with those who would help him maintain order. Charon became the ferryman, an ancient figure, some say older than the gods themselves, who would row the dead across the river Styx in his battered boat. 1 coin was his price, placed under the tongue of the deceased during burial rites. Those who could not pay would wander the shores for 100 years before being allowed to cross. Harsh, perhaps, but fair. The dead needed to understand that even in death there were rules. Cerberus came next, though where this magnificent creature came from the stories disagree. Some say he was born of the monsters Typhon and Echidna. Others claim Hades found him in the deepest parts of Tartarus. But regardless of origin, Cerberus became the guardian of the underworld's gates. 3 heads, each vicious, each intelligent, each capable of independent thought and action. His purpose was dual. He kept the living out, for mortals had no business in the realm of the dead, and more importantly, he kept the dead in. For the greatest crime in the underworld was to leave, to escape, to cheat death itself. Cerberus was the ultimate guard, incorruptible, tireless, eternal. Hades appointed judges to his court: Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, 3 mortals who had been so just in life that in death they were elevated to divine office. They would weigh each soul, hear each life story, determine where each dead would spend eternity. For the underworld, as Hades designed it, was not simply one vast chamber. It had layers, regions, destinations determined by the life one had lived. Elysium, the blessed fields, for those who had lived with honor and virtue. A paradise within the darkness, where heroes and the righteous could spend eternity in peace and plenty, where the sun shone, even though they were deep beneath the earth, where sorrow could not reach. The asphodel meadows, vast and grey, for the majority of souls. Not punishment, not reward, but a neutral eternity for those who had lived ordinary lives, neither great nor terrible. They wandered as shades, bloodless and voiceless, memories of what they had been, existing but barely living. And Tartarus, deepest and darkest, for those who had committed crimes against the gods, who had defied divine will, who had earned eternal punishment. Here the wicked suffered torments tailored to their crimes, endless and terrible, a warning and a justice all at once. Hades built his kingdom with care and precision. Every detail mattered. Every rule served a purpose. He was not creating a place of chaos or random suffering. He was establishing order in the realm of endings, bringing structure to death itself. And perhaps that was what he had been meant for all along. Perhaps that darkness in Kronos' belly, that long patience, that endless waiting, had prepared him for this. For what is death but waiting? What is the grave but darkness? What is the underworld but a place where time means nothing and patience is eternal? When his work was complete, when the rivers flowed in their proper channels and the judges sat ready at their stations, when Cerberus prowled the gates and Charon waited with his boat, Hades ascended one final time to Olympus. There, his siblings had built a new home, a shining palace of gold and light where the gods would dwell, where they would feast and argue and shape the destiny of mortals. He attended their councils. He heard their plans. He listened to Zeus decree this and Poseidon demand that, and Hera insist upon the other. But he did not stay. How could he? The light was too bright, the noise too loud, the concerns of the gods too immediate and small. They worried about worship, about honor, about which mortal deserved favor and which deserved punishment. But Hades had seen something they had not. He had felt it in the building of his kingdom, the certainty, the inevitability. Every one of these mortals his siblings fussed over would one day be his. Every hero who received Zeus's blessing, every sailor who prayed to Poseidon, every woman who made offerings to Hera, all of them would eventually descend into his realm. The living were temporary. The dead were eternal. He returned to the underworld and closed the gates behind him. This would be his home. This darkness would be his comfort. This silence would be his throne room, his palace, his kingdom. He would rule from the shadows, unseen and rarely remembered, but absolutely necessary. Without him, without his realm, where would the dead go? They would wander the earth as ghosts, haunting the living, unable to rest. Chaos would reign. The natural order would collapse. Death needed a home, and he had built it. But something was missing. As the years passed, as the first mortal souls began to arrive at his gates, as his kingdom filled with the dead and his throne grew cold with loneliness, Hades realized what he lacked: companionship. Not servants or subjects or guards, but an equal. Someone to share the darkness with him, to sit beside him on that ebony throne, to understand the weight of ruling the realm where all things end. He was alone, utterly, completely alone. His brothers visited occasionally, descending on divine errands or to negotiate the return of some favored mortal's soul. His sisters never came, repelled by the darkness, unwilling to enter the realm of the dead. The souls that filled his kingdom could not speak to him, not truly. They were shades, echoes, memories rather than beings, and the servants of the underworld, faithful though they were, kept their distance. Even Cerberus, loyal to the end, was a guard and nothing more. So Hades began to watch the world above. Not constantly, for he had his duties, his kingdom to maintain, the endless stream of souls to oversee. But sometimes, in the quiet moments, he would send his sight upward through cracks in the earth, through caves and canyons, and observe the living. He saw mortals fall in love, saw them laugh and dance and live with an intensity that the dead could never match. He saw the gods descend to earth, saw Zeus seduce mortal women, saw Poseidon father children with sea nymphs, saw his siblings engage with the living world in ways he never could. And one day, his gaze fell upon a young woman gathering flowers in a meadow. Her name was Persephone, daughter of Demeter the harvest goddess and Zeus himself. She moved through the field with grace, her fingers gentle as she plucked blossoms, her smile bright as sunlight. She was spring personified, growth and life and beauty all woven together, everything that the underworld was not. Hades watched her, and something stirred in his divine chest, something he had not felt in all his millennia of existence. Want, need, the desire not for power or kingdom or respect, but simply for her. For that light to shine in his darkness, for that laughter to echo in his silent halls, for someone, anyone, to share his throne and ease the terrible loneliness that had become his constant companion. But he was the lord of the underworld. What chance did he have? What maiden would willingly descend into darkness, abandon the sun, leave behind flowers and springtime to sit beside death itself? Demeter would never approve. The girl herself would surely flee in terror if he revealed himself. And yet he could not stop watching, could not turn his attention away, could not return fully to his duties because some part of him remained fixed on that distant meadow, on that figure of light gathering flowers in the world above. So he did what the desperate do. He went to Zeus, king of the gods, father of Persephone, brother of Hades. He ascended to Olympus in secret, wearing his helm of invisibility until he stood before Zeus's throne, then revealed himself. The request was simple. He wanted to marry Persephone. He wanted her as his queen. He was alone in the underworld, had been alone for longer than he cared to measure, and he had found the one being who might ease that loneliness. Zeus's response, according to some tellings, was immediate approval. Others say he hesitated, knowing Demeter would object, knowing the complications this would bring. But in the end, whether from genuine desire to see his brother happy or from political calculation about the benefits of such a union, Zeus agreed. He gave his permission, but there was a condition. Demeter must not know. The harvest goddess was fiercely protective of her daughter, would never consent to the match. If Hades wanted Persephone, he would have to take her, and Zeus would help. The plan was simple in its cruelty. Zeus arranged for a special narcissus to bloom in the meadow where Persephone often walked, a flower more beautiful than any other, impossible to resist. When she saw it, she would be compelled to pick it, and when she bent to pluck it from the earth, the ground would open beneath her feet. Hades would be waiting below, ready to carry her down into his kingdom before anyone could intervene. The day came. Persephone walked through the meadow as she had countless times before, her companions with her, nymphs and minor goddesses who attended the daughter of Demeter. They laughed and gathered flowers, filling their arms with blooms, enjoying the perfect spring day. And then Persephone saw it. The narcissus. It glowed with its own light, beautiful beyond description, calling to her with silent insistence. She moved toward it, drawn by its beauty, by the way it seemed to pulse with divine power. Her companions fell behind, distracted by other flowers, by conversation, by the simple joy of being alive under the sun. Persephone reached the narcissus alone. She knelt in the grass. She reached out her hand. Her fingers touched the stem, and the earth split open. A chasm opened beneath her, wide and dark and absolute. From that darkness came a chariot pulled by black horses whose eyes burned like coals, whose hooves struck the ground with thunder. And driving that chariot, emerging from his kingdom in a moment of terrible visibility, came Hades himself. He wore no helm of invisibility now. He was fully present, fully seen, fully real. His face was stern, but not cruel. His eyes met hers, and in them she saw eternity. She screamed. Of course she screamed. The earth was swallowing her. Death itself was reaching for her. Everything she knew was being torn away. Her companions heard, but could not reach her in time. They ran toward the sound, but the chasm was already closing. Hades had Persephone in his chariot now, held not roughly but firmly, and the black horses turned and plunged back into the darkness. The earth sealed itself behind them, as if it had never opened, leaving only a few scattered flowers and the echo of that terrible scream. Only two beings witnessed the abduction. Hecate, goddess of crossroads and magic, who heard the cry from her distant cave but could not see what caused it. And Helios, the sun god, who saw everything from his chariot in the sky, but said nothing, for he was bound by Zeus's command to silence. Everyone else, the nymphs, the other gods, the mortals working in distant fields, they saw and heard nothing. One moment, Persephone was there. The next, she was gone, vanished as completely as if she had never existed. Down in the underworld, the chariot raced through Hades's realm. Persephone fought at first, struggled against the god's grip, demanded to be released. But Hades did not hurt her, did not force her, simply held her secure as they traveled deeper into his kingdom. Past the river Styx, where Charon watched with ancient eyes. Past Cerberus, who lowered his 3 heads in recognition of his master. Through halls of shadow and galleries of darkness, until finally they reached the palace at the center of the underworld. He set her down gently in his throne room. The cold light of the underworld torches illuminated her face, showed him the terror there, the confusion, the anger. She demanded answers. Who was he? Why had he taken her? What right did he have? And Hades, god of death and endings, found himself struggling to answer. How do you explain loneliness that has lasted millennia? How do you justify taking someone against their will, even if you did it out of desperate hope rather than cruelty? He told her the truth. All of it. His loneliness in the underworld, the emptiness of ruling alone, the sight of her in the meadow, the permission Zeus had given, the desire not to harm her but to have her beside him, to share his throne, to ease the isolation that had become unbearable. He spoke of his kingdom, of its necessity, of the role he played in the cosmic order. He promised her honor, respect, power equal to his own if she would stay. And Persephone listened. What choice did she have? She was in the underworld now, in the realm of the dead, and even the daughter of gods could not simply walk out. The gates were sealed. Cerberus guarded them. The rules of death applied even to her. But as Hades spoke, as she looked around his kingdom, and saw not the chaos she had expected, but order, saw not random suffering, but justice being administered, saw the care he had taken in building this necessary place, something in her understanding began to shift. He was not a monster. He was lonely. The underworld was not a torture chamber. It was a kingdom, and she had been brought here not as a victim, but as a potential queen. But above, the world was fracturing. Demeter discovered her daughter missing. She searched everywhere, calling Persephone's name across mountains and valleys, through forests and fields, desperate and increasingly frantic. The nymphs could tell her nothing. The gods claimed ignorance. No one had seen anything. No one knew where Persephone had gone. For 9 days, Demeter wandered, holding torches to light her way through the darkness, never eating, never sleeping, consumed by grief and worry. On the 10th day, she met Hecate, who told her she had heard a scream but seen nothing. Together, they went to Helios, and the sun god, worn down by Demeter's grief, or perhaps feeling guilty for his silence, told her the truth. Zeus had given permission. Hades had taken Persephone. Her daughter was in the underworld, with the god of the dead. Demeter's fury was absolute. She was the goddess of the harvest, of growth and fertility, of everything that made the earth fruitful and life possible. In her rage and grief, she withdrew her power from the world. Crops withered in the fields. Trees lost their leaves though summer had not ended. Flowers died. Grass turned brown. The earth itself seemed to sicken as Demeter turned her back on her duties. Mortals began to starve. Animals found no food. The world, which had known only abundance, now knew famine. Demeter did not care. She would let everything die, let the whole world wither and fade, unless her daughter was returned. She left Olympus, refusing to speak to Zeus, refusing to attend the councils of the gods, disguising herself as an old woman and wandering the mortal world, spreading death wherever her sorrow touched. On Olympus, Zeus watched the world dying and realized his mistake. He had thought it would be simple. Hades wanted a wife. Persephone would adjust to the underworld. Demeter would grieve, but ultimately accept the situation. He had not anticipated this. The goddess of the harvest holding the entire world hostage, threatening to let all mortals perish unless her demands were met. something had to be done. He sent Hermes, the messenger god, down to the underworld with a command: bring Persephone back. The girl must return to her mother. The world could not survive Demeter's grief. Hermes descended through secret passages, arrived at Hades's palace, and delivered Zeus's decree. Hades heard the command and felt something break inside him. Of course she would have to leave. What had he expected? That he could keep her here in the darkness, separated from her mother, from sunlight, from everything she had known. That she would choose to stay with him, the god of death, the keeper of endings, the loneliest being in all creation. He had tried to ease his isolation, and all he had done was cause pain to Persephone, to Demeter, to the entire world above. He looked at Persephone, who had spent these days in his kingdom, walking his halls, seeing the judgment of souls, beginning perhaps to understand the necessity of this place, if not yet to love it. And he told her she could go. Zeus commanded it. The world needed her mother to resume her duties. She would be returned to the light, to the flowers, to everything she had left behind. But there was something in her eyes, hesitation, confusion, something other than simple relief. She had spent time in the underworld now, had seen its justice, its order, its strange dark beauty, had spoken with Hades, heard his loneliness, seen beyond the terrible reputation to the god beneath. She was not in love, not yet, but she was not purely repulsed either. The underworld was not what she had expected. Hades was not what she had feared. Still, she would leave. Of course she would. And Hades, in his grief, made a decision. He offered her food, not a feast, just something small. Pomegranate seeds, 6 of them, red as blood, glistening like jewels. Eat these, he said, before you go, not as a command, not as a trick, at least not consciously, but as a final gesture, a last moment of connection before she left him alone again. And Persephone, hungry from her days in the underworld, or perhaps moved by something in his voice, accepted. She ate the 6 seeds, sweet and bitter at once. They dissolved on her tongue, and with them she swallowed, without knowing it, a piece of the underworld itself. Hermes took her back to the surface. They emerged in a meadow very different from the one she had left. The grass was brown. The flowers were dead. Everything spoke of Demeter's grief. But when mother and daughter saw each other again, when they embraced for the first time in days that had felt like years, joy bloomed between them even in that dying field. Zeus appeared, pleased that the crisis was resolved. Demeter held her daughter close, ready to take her home, ready to resume her duties now that Persephone was safe. But then Hermes spoke the words that changed everything. She ate in the underworld, 6 pomegranate seeds. By the ancient laws, anyone who consumes food in the realm of the dead is bound to it, must return to it. The seeds she swallowed have tied her to Hades's kingdom. Demeter's fury returned, worse than before. She had her daughter back, only to learn she must lose her again. She would not accept it. She would destroy the world before she allowed Persephone to return to the darkness. But the law was absolute. Not even Zeus could override it. The pomegranate seeds had sealed Persephone's fate. A compromise was reached. Hermes, skilled negotiator, spoke the terms that would define the seasons themselves. 6 seeds eaten, 6 months, in the underworld. The other 6 months, Persephone could return to the surface, to her mother, to the light. Half the year above, half below. A balance between life and death, between mother and husband, between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. It was not perfect. It satisfied no one completely. Demeter would have to release her daughter for half of every year. Hades would have to give her up for the other half. Persephone herself would live split between 2 worlds, never fully belonging to either. But it was the only solution that honored both the law of the underworld and the necessity of the harvest. So the pattern was established. Every year, when Persephone descended to the underworld, when she left the world of light and returned to her throne beside Hades, Demeter grieved. Her sorrow touched the earth. Leaves fell from trees. The harvest ended. Cold settled over the land. Winter came not as a season, but as a mother's grief. And every year when Persephone returned, when she climbed back to the surface and reunited with Demeter, joy returned to the earth. Flowers bloomed, seeds sprouted, the world turned green again. Spring arrived not as a natural cycle, but as a celebration of a daughter's return. Persephone became queen of the underworld in truth. She sat beside Hades on that ebony throne, and together they ruled the realm of the dead. She brought something he had lacked. Compassion, yes, but also balance. Where Hades was stern and unchanging, Persephone could show mercy. Where he saw only law and order, she saw individual souls with individual stories. She softened his rule without weakening it, brought light to the darkness without destroying the necessary shadows. And Hades, he was no longer alone. For 6 months each year, he had a companion who understood his burden, who shared his kingdom, who sat beside him and helped bear the weight of ruling death itself. It was not the eternal companionship he had hoped for when he first saw her in that distant meadow, but it was enough, more than enough. Half a year with her was better than an eternity alone. Did she grow to love him? The ancient texts suggest yes, though they disagree on the timeline, on whether love came quickly or slowly, whether it was passionate or simply the deep comfort of partnership. But she stayed with him, not just because the pomegranate seeds bound her, but because she chose to. She became his queen in more than name, his equal in power, if not in age, his companion in the eternal work of managing death. Their story would become one of the most famous in all mythology, told and retold, painted and sculpted, interpreted and reinterpreted. Some saw it as a tale of rape and captivity, others as a story of love emerging from darkness. Some focused on Demeter's grief and fury, others on Persephone's transformation from maiden to queen. But at its heart, it was a story about loneliness, about the desperate need for connection, about finding light even in the darkest places. The underworld changed with Persephone's presence. It was still a place of death and endings, still the realm where souls came when their mortal lives concluded. But it was no longer quite so cold, quite so absolute. Hades still ruled with stern justice, still enforced the laws that kept the dead in their proper place. But beside him sat a queen who remembered what it was to live, to feel sunlight, to pick flowers in a meadow. She brought a touch of the living world to the realm of the dead, and in doing so made both kingdoms a little more complete. But the story of Persephone was not the only time mortals would enter Hades's realm. His kingdom, for all its forbidding nature, would be visited by heroes, by poets, by those brave or desperate enough to descend while still alive. These encounters would define Hades as much as his abduction of Persephone, would show different facets of his character, different aspects of his rule. The first such visitor, and perhaps the most famous, was Orpheus. The greatest musician who ever lived, they said. His lyre could charm wild beasts, make stones weep, cause rivers to change their course. His music was divine, literally so, for his father was Apollo, god of music himself. Orpheus had married a woman named Eurydice, a nymph whose beauty was matched only by her grace. Their love was the kind poets sang about, deep and true and pure. But happiness in Greek mythology is always temporary. On their wedding day, or shortly after in some tellings, Eurydice was walking through a meadow when a shepherd named Aristaeus saw her and, overcome by desire, began to chase her. She fled, running through the grass, trying to escape his pursuit, and in her flight, she stepped on a viper hidden in the undergrowth. The serpent struck. Its venom coursed through her veins. She died there in the meadow, her wedding joy turned to sudden tragedy, her life cut short before it had truly begun. Orpheus found her body, and his grief was absolute. He sang his sorrow to the world, such mournful music that the very heavens wept. His lyre produced melodies of such profound sadness that even the gods paused in their affairs to listen. He could not accept her death, could not let her go, could not imagine living in a world where Eurydice no longer existed. So he made a decision that few mortals would dare. He would go to the underworld. He would descend to the realm of the dead, find Eurydice's shade, and bring her back. He knew where to go. There were certain places in the world where the barrier between life and death grew thin, where caves descended deep enough that they eventually opened into Hades's realm. He took his lyre and began his descent, down through caves and passages, down past roots and buried stone, down to where the air grew cold and the light faded to nothing. He walked in darkness with only his music to guide him. At last, he reached the river Styx. Charon the ferryman sat in his boat, ancient and patient, waiting for the newly dead to arrive. When he saw Orpheus, alive and breathing, he refused passage. The living do not cross the Styx. That was the law. But Orpheus drew his lyre and began to play. The music that flowed from his fingers was unlike anything heard in the underworld before. It spoke of love and loss, of beauty and sorrow, of the desperate hope that drives a man to challenge death itself. It filled the darkness with something the underworld had never known: life. Not the pale mockery of existence that the shades experienced, but true vibrant life, all its joy and pain woven together in melody. Charon, who had ferried countless souls and remained unmoved by their pleas and tears, found his ancient eyes growing wet. The oar slipped in his hands. The boat rocked gently on the dark water, and without quite meaning to, without consciously deciding, he gestured for Orpheus to board. The living man stepped into the boat of the dead, and Charon rowed him across. On the far shore waited Cerberus, guardian of the gates, three-headed monster whose duty was to keep the living out. All three heads turned toward Orpheus, hackles rising, fangs bared, ready to tear him apart for daring to trespass. But Orpheus played. His music wrapped around the monstrous hound like a gentle hand. Each head, fierce and independent, grew calm. The bristling fur smoothed, the snarling mouths closed. One head, then another, then the third, rested on the ground. And Cerberus, terrible guardian of the underworld, whimpered softly and let Orpheus pass. Through the halls of the dead he walked, past shades who paused in their endless wandering to listen, past the judges who stopped their deliberations, past the punished in Tartarus whose torments ceased for the duration of his song. Sisyphus stopped rolling his boulder and sat down, weeping. Tantalus forgot his eternal thirst. The wheel of Ixion stopped turning. Even the Furies, those terrible goddesses of vengeance who pursued oathbreakers and kinslayers, paused and bowed their heads as the music washed over them. Until finally, Orpheus stood before the throne of Hades and Persephone. King and queen of the underworld, they sat in judgment over all the dead, stern and beautiful and terrible. Orpheus knew he had once chance, one performance, one opportunity to move the unmovable, to soften hearts that had seen every tragedy, heard every plea, witnessed every sorrow that mortals could experience. He played for them his grief. He sang of Eurydice, of their brief happiness, of the wedding that had turned to funeral, of the love that death had severed. He sang of the emptiness she had left behind, of the world gone silent without her voice, of the unbearable weight of living when the one you loved had died. His music filled the throne room, echoed off the dark walls, sank into the stone itself, and for the first time in his eternal reign, tears ran down the face of Hades, god of death. Beside him, Persephone wept openly, she, who had been taken from the world of light, who knew the pain of separation, who understood better than most what it meant to be torn from everything you loved. She reached out and touched her husband's arm, and Hades, stern lord of the underworld, spoke words he had never spoken before. Yes, you may take her. Your wife may return with you to the world of the living. Orpheus could hardly believe it. He had won. His music had accomplished what force never could. The impossible had become possible. Eurydice would live again. They would have the life together that had been stolen from them. But then Hades raised his hand, and Orpheus knew there would be conditions. There were always conditions. "She will follow you," Hades said, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. "She will walk behind you as you return to the surface. But you must not look back. You must not turn to see her. Not until you both have left my kingdom completely, until you both stand in the sunlight of the world above. If you look back while she is still in the darkness, she will be lost to you forever. Do you understand?" Orpheus understood. It was a test, perhaps, or simply the price that must be paid for such an unprecedented mercy. The dead did not return to life. That was the fundamental law of existence. But for his music, for his courage in descending to this terrible place, for the tears he had drawn from even the god of death, Hades was willing to bend that law, once, under these conditions. "I understand," Orpheus said, and with his lyre in hand, he turned and began the long walk back to the surface. Behind him, though he could not see her, Eurydice followed. The judges had released her shade from the asphodel meadows. She was given form again, substance enough to walk, though she was not yet truly alive. That transformation would happen only when they reached the sunlight, when she crossed back into the realm of the living. Until then, she was still a shade, still partly dead, still bound to the underworld. They walked in silence. Orpheus did not play his lyre, afraid the music might distract him, might make him forget the command. He listened for her footsteps, but shades make no sound when they walk. He listened for her breathing, but the dead do not breathe. All he had was faith. Faith that Hades had kept his word, faith that Eurydice truly followed, faith that this agonizing journey would end with her restoration. The distance seemed longer going back. Had the caverns always stretched this far? Had the darkness always pressed so heavily? Time distorted in the underworld. What seemed like hours might be minutes, or might be days. There was no way to measure, no way to know how much farther they had to go. Doubt began to creep in. Was she really there? Had Hades truly released her, or had the whole thing been a cruel trick? Perhaps he walked alone, following a false hope, making his way to the surface, where he would find himself still bereft, still grieving, having accomplished nothing but his own humiliation. Perhaps even now the gods laughed at his gullibility, at his belief that the dead could return. The darkness seemed to whisper to him, "Look back. Just a glance. Just to be sure." What harm could it do? You're nearly at the surface. Surely the test is complete. Surely Hades would not be so cruel as to enforce the letter of his command when the spirit has been fulfilled. Just turn, just check, just see her face one more time to confirm she's really there. Orpheus resisted. He walked on, step after painful step, fighting the urge to turn, but the doubt grew stronger, the whispers more insistent, and then, ahead of him, he saw it. Light. Not the cold luminescence of the underworld torches, but real light. Warm, golden, the light of the sun. The entrance was just ahead. He had made it. They had made it. In his relief, in his joy, in the overwhelming surge of emotion that came with seeing that light, Orpheus forgot. Or perhaps he remembered the command but interpreted it differently. They had left the kingdom, hadn't they? The sunlight was right there. They were essentially out. Surely now it was safe. Surely now he could look at his beloved wife, could see her face, could confirm that the impossible had actually happened. He turned, and there she was, Eurydice, looking at him with eyes full of love and sorrow and understanding. She was there. She had been there the whole time. His faith had been justified. She had followed. They had made it. But as his eyes met hers, as he smiled with relief and joy, her form began to fade. Her edges grew indistinct. Her substance became transparent. "Farewell," she whispered, the word barely more than breath, and then she was gone, pulled back into the darkness, dragged down into the underworld by the iron law that Orpheus had broken. He had looked back too soon, one step too soon, one moment too early, and in that moment he had lost everything. He tried to follow, ran back into the darkness, calling her name, begging for another chance. But the path was closed now. Charon refused to ferry him again. Cerberus barred the way, all three heads snarling. The underworld had given its mercy once and been betrayed. There would be no second chance, no appeal, no negotiation. Orpheus had broken the condition, and the price was absolute. He emerged into the sunlight alone. The world that had seemed so dark without Eurydice was now unbearably bright, unbearably beautiful, unbearably wrong. He had her back for those few moments of walking in darkness, and he had thrown it away. For the rest of his life, Orpheus wandered the world singing songs of such profound sorrow that even the stones wept. He never loved again, never touched another woman, never found comfort in anything but his music. Eventually he was torn apart by the Maenads, frenzied followers of Dionysus, angry at his rejection of their advances, or perhaps simply caught in their divine madness. But even in death, even as his head was severed from his body and cast into a river, his lips continued to sing, and finally, at last, he returned to the underworld, not as a visitor, but as a permanent resident. There, the stories say, he was reunited with Eurydice. In death they found the togetherness that life had denied them. For Hades and Persephone, the visit of Orpheus was significant. It showed that the god of the underworld was not purely merciless, that genuine love could move even his stern heart. Persephone had argued for mercy, and Hades had listened. They had given Orpheus a chance, however slim, to reclaim what death had taken. That it ended in failure was not their fault, but his. A failure not of faith, but of timing, of one moment of weakness overcoming hours of strength. But if Orpheus earned mercy from Hades through his music and genuine love, others would learn that the god of the underworld had a very different reaction to trickery, to arrogance, to attempts to cheat death itself. The story of Sisyphus would prove that while Hades could show mercy, he could also exact punishment that would last for eternity. Sisyphus was king of Corinth, a clever man, renowned for his cunning and intelligence. But he was also cruel. He murdered guests, violated the sacred laws of hospitality, and generally lived as if the gods' rules did not apply to him. His greatest crime, though, came when he betrayed Zeus himself. The river god Asopus was searching for his daughter Aegina, who had disappeared. Sisyphus had seen Zeus carry her off in the form of an eagle. When Asopus asked if he knew anything, Sisyphus told him the truth in exchange for a spring to water his city. Zeus, furious at this betrayal, sent death to claim Sisyphus. Not Hades himself, but Thanatos, the personification of death, the being who comes for mortals when their time ends. Thanatos arrived at Sisyphus's palace, ready to take the king to the underworld. But Sisyphus, clever as always, had one more trick prepared. "How do these chains work?" he asked innocently, gesturing to the bindings Thanatos carried. "Show me." Thanatos, proud of his tools, demonstrated, and Sisyphus, quick as thought, locked the chains around death itself. With Thanatos bound, no one in the world could die. Old men lingered in agony. Warriors struck down in battle continued to suffer their wounds. The natural order fractured. Death had stopped, and without death, the world could not function. Eventually Ares, god of war and carnage, realized what had happened. His battles had become meaningless without death to give them weight. He freed Thanatos, and death, furious at the indignity, dragged Sisyphus down to the underworld. But before he went, Sisyphus had given his wife Merope specific instructions. She was to perform no funeral rites, no burial, no coins for Charon, nothing that would mark him as properly deceased. So when Sisyphus arrived in the underworld, he went straight to Persephone with a complaint. This was wrong, he said. He had not been properly buried. His wife had not performed the necessary rites. By the laws of death itself, he should not be here yet. He should be allowed to return to the surface, to set things right, to ensure his wife understood her duties. Then, of course, he would return. Persephone, new to her role as queen, uncertain of all the rules, believed him. She gave him leave to return to the living world to arrange his proper funeral. And Sisyphus, triumphant, returned to Corinth and had no intention of ever going back to the underworld. He had cheated death twice now, first by chaining Thanatos, now by tricking Persephone. He lived on, grew old, enjoyed his kingdom, convinced he had outsmarted the gods themselves. But you cannot cheat death forever. Eventually, Sisyphus died naturally of old age. And this time when he arrived in the underworld, there was no mercy waiting. Hades himself was there, and the god of death did not smile. Sisyphus had made a mockery of the natural order. He had chained death. He had lied to the queen of the underworld. He had broken every rule and laughed about it. And for that, he would suffer a punishment that would never end. In Tartarus, the deepest part of the underworld, Hades showed Sisyphus a massive boulder and a steep hill. "You will roll this stone to the top of that hill," Hades said, his voice cold and final. "And when you reach the summit, it will roll back down, and you will begin again, forever." It was the perfect punishment for a man who thought himself clever enough to escape any consequence. An eternity of futile labor, an infinity of hope dashed at the last moment. Every time Sisyphus pushed the boulder to the top, every time he believed he might finally complete the task, the stone would slip from his grasp and thunder back to the bottom. And he would have to begin again. No rest, no variation, no hope of reprieve, just the boulder, the hill, and endless repetition. Philosophers in later ages would find deep meaning in this punishment. The absurdity of existence, the futility of human effort, the question of whether we can find meaning in meaningless tasks. But for Hades, it was simpler. Sisyphus had disrupted the natural order, had treated death as something to be mocked and avoided. His punishment was to experience futility in its purest form, to understand that some things cannot be escaped, cannot be cheated, cannot be overcome, no matter how clever you think you are. Where Orpheus had earned mercy through love, and Sisyphus had earned punishment through deceit, another pair of would-be heroes would learn that some crimes are simply unforgivable, that even friendship and boldness cannot excuse certain transgressions. Their names were Theseus and Pirithous, and their foolishness would cost them everything. Theseus was the great hero of Athens, slayer of the Minotaur, unifier of Attica, a man whose exploits were already legendary. Pirithous was king of the Lapiths, equally brave, equally renowned. They were friends, companions who had sworn to help each other in all things. And when both their wives died, they made a pact. They would marry again, but not just any women. They would marry daughters of Zeus, the greatest of all gods. Nothing less would do for heroes of their stature. For Theseus, the choice was Helen of Sparta, who would later become Helen of Troy, famous for the war that would bear her name. She was young then, barely more than a child, but even then renowned for her beauty. They abducted her, planning to wait until she was old enough to marry properly. But Pirithous aimed higher, bolder, more foolish. His choice was Persephone, queen of the underworld, wife of Hades. It was madness. Persephone was no mortal maiden to be abducted. She was a goddess, queen of the dead, consort of one of the three most powerful gods in existence. But Pirithous was confident. They were heroes. They had accomplished impossible things before. Why not this? Theseus, loyal friend despite his misgivings, agreed to help. They left Helen in the care of Theseus's mother and descended to the underworld together, armed and determined. They found their way to Hades's palace, past Cerberus who let them enter, because Hades allowed it, through halls that should have warned them They were not dealing with some maiden to be stolen, but with a god in his own domain. When they reached the throne room, Hades and Persephone were waiting. Hades did not attack them, did not send guards or monsters to stop them. Instead, he smiled, which should have been their first warning, and offered them hospitality. "Travelers in my realm," he said graciously, "please sit, rest from your journey. Accept my welcome." They should have known better. They should have remembered that the god of the underworld did not offer kindness without reason, that every story about his realm ended in payment and consequence. But they were heroes, confident in their strength and destiny. They sat in the chairs Hades indicated, and immediately they were trapped. These were the chairs of forgetfulness, furniture that existed only in the underworld, crafted from materials that did not exist in the world above. Once someone sat in them, they could not rise. The chairs held them physically, but more than that, they began to drain away memory, identity, purpose. Slowly, inexorably, Theseus and Pirithous began to forget who they were, why they had come, what they had hoped to accomplish. They sat in those cursed chairs as years passed, becoming less themselves with each passing moment. Hades and Persephone left them there, not out of cruelty, but as an example. "You came to my realm, to my home, to steal my wife." This is what happens to those who forget that some boundaries should never be crossed, that some powers should never be challenged. Persephone, who had perhaps felt a moment of fear when she learned of their plan, watched them fade and felt no pity. They had come to kidnap her, to treat her as spoils to be won. Let them sit and forget. Eventually, Heracles came to the underworld on his own quest, his 12th and final labor, to capture Cerberus. In the course of that journey, he found Theseus and Pirithous. When he tried to free them, Hades allowed him to take Theseus, showing mercy to the less guilty of the pair. Pirithous, however, would not be freed. He had directly aimed to steal the queen of the underworld. For that crime, there was no mercy. He remains there still in the stories, sitting in that chair, forgetting more and more of himself with each passing eternity, paying the price for hubris so profound it bordered on madness. This was Hades at his sternest, not merely enforcing rules, but defending what was his, protecting his wife from those who would treat her as an object to be claimed. The god of the underworld had shown mercy to Orpheus, had shown creative justice to Sisyphus, but to those who threatened his kingdom, his authority, or his queen, he showed no leniency at all. Yet even Hades' story included that visit from Heracles, and it's worth noting how differently that encounter went. Heracles came to the underworld not to steal or trick, but to complete a task assigned by the gods themselves. His 12th labor, given by King Eurystheus at Hera's instigation, was to bring Cerberus to the surface world and show him to the king before returning the beast unharmed. It was an impossible task, meant to finally kill the hero who had survived so many trials. To capture Cerberus meant entering the underworld alive, approaching the fearsome guardian, and somehow subduing him without weapons or harm. No one had ever done it. No one had ever tried. But Heracles was not like other men. He was a son of Zeus, had the strength of the divine, and had been purified through the Eleusinian mysteries, learning the secrets of life and death that would allow him to navigate the underworld as a living man. When he reached Hades' throne, Heracles did something unexpected. He knelt. He showed respect. He explained his task not as a demand, but as a request, acknowledging Hades' authority, recognizing that he was in the god's realm now, subject to the god's rules. And he made no excuses, offered no tricks. He simply asked permission to attempt the impossible. Hades, impressed by this straightforward approach so different from the schemes of Sisyphus or the arrogance of Theseus and Pirithous, gave his answer. "You may try to take Cerberus, but you must use no weapons, and you must promise to return him unharmed. If you can capture my guardian with just your strength, then you have earned him. But if you harm him, you will never leave my kingdom." Heracles agreed. He approached Cerberus, the three-headed hound who had guarded the underworld since time immemorial, and they fought. Not with sword or spear, but with pure strength, hero against monster, muscle against muscle. It was a battle that shook the underworld, that echoed through the halls of the dead, that made even the shades pause in their wandering to witness. And in the end, Heracles' grip was stronger. He wrapped his arms around Cerberus, held tight as the beast thrashed and snarled, and slowly, painfully, brought the guardian to submission. Cerberus yielded. Heracles carried the beast to the surface, showed him to Eurystheus, who screamed in terror at the sight, and then, true to his word, carried Cerberus back to the underworld and released him at his post. Hades watched and nodded approval. This was how a hero should behave, with honor, with respect, with understanding that some things are not meant to be conquered, but only tested against. There was another tale of Heracles in the underworld, though, that showed Hades in a different light. While in the realm of the dead, Heracles met the shade of Meleager, a hero who had died tragically. In their conversation, Meleager mentioned his sister Deianira, who still lived and was unmarried. Heracles, moved by the meeting, promised to wed her when he returned to the world of the living. And he did, taking Deianira as his wife, a marriage that would eventually lead to his death through no fault of hers, but through tragic misunderstanding. But that's a story for another time. What matters here is that Hades' underworld served as a place not just of punishment and imprisonment, but of meeting and memory, where even the dead could affect the living through their stories and connections. The underworld was not separate from the world above, but intimately connected to it, the final chapter of every story begun in life. One other encounter bears mentioning, though it speaks less to Hades' character and more to his rarity in leaving his domain. There was a war at Pylos, a mortal city, where the gods took sides as they so often did. Hades, unusually, emerged from the underworld to support the Pylians, perhaps because of some oath or obligation now lost to time. And there he encountered Heracles again, this time as an enemy. They fought, god against demigod, and Heracles' arrows found their mark. One pierced Hades' shoulder, causing the god of death to feel pain, a rare experience for an immortal. Wounded, Hades retreated not to his underworld realm, but to Olympus, to seek healing from Paeon, the physician of the gods. It was one of the only times he visited his siblings' shining halls, and he did not linger. As soon as his wound was healed, he returned to the darkness below, to his throne, and his kingdom, and his familiar shadows. This brief glimpse of Hades in the world above, vulnerable and wounded, shows something important about his character. He was powerful, yes, ruler of a vast kingdom, commander of death itself. But he was not invincible. He could be hurt. And unlike his brothers who reveled in battle and competition, who sought glory and worship, Hades preferred to avoid conflict entirely. His realm was enough. His duties were sufficient. He had no need for the games. Gods played in the upper world. Throughout all these myths, a consistent picture emerges of Hades as god of the underworld. He was stern but just, unmerciful to those who broke the natural order, yet capable of compassion for genuine love. He protected what was his, whether that was his kingdom, his queen, or the rules that kept death functioning properly. He did not seek worship or glory. He did not interfere in mortal affairs unless they directly impacted his realm. He simply ruled, patient and eternal, over the one kingdom that would eventually claim every living thing. His symbols reflected this nature: the helm of darkness that made him invisible, representing death's unseen approach; the bident, similar to Poseidon's trident, but with only two prongs, representing the dual nature of death as both ending and passage; keys, which he carried as reminder that the gates of the underworld were locked, that no one left without his permission; and various plants associated with death and mourning: cypress trees that grew in graveyards, white poplars that marked boundaries between worlds, pomegranates that bound the living to the dead. He was also known as Pluton or Pluto, meaning the wealthy one. This was not merely a euphemism, a way to avoid speaking his fearsome name, though it served that purpose too. It acknowledged a deeper truth. All wealth comes from beneath the earth. Precious metals, gems, fertile soil, everything that makes the land productive originates in Hades's domain. He was god not just of death, but of hidden riches, of the valuable things concealed in darkness. Farmers prayed to him indirectly when they planted seeds in the earth. Miners invoked his name when digging for gold or silver. He was the unseen provider, the darkness that nurtures as well as ends. Yet for all his importance, Hades received little direct worship. There were few temples built in his honor. Mortals feared to speak his name, worried that attention from the god of death would hasten their own demise. They called him by euphemisms and epithets, spoke of him obliquely, left him out of their prayers unless absolutely necessary. This suited Hades fine. He did not need worship. Every mortal who died was an acknowledgement of his power. Every funeral rite was a tribute to his kingdom. He received his due simply by existing, by ruling, by maintaining the order of death. In his palace beneath the earth, Hades sat upon his ebony throne, sometimes alone, sometimes with Persephone beside him when her time in the underworld had come. They watched the dead arrive in endless streams. The judges weighed souls, Cerberus guarded the gates, Charon ferried the newly deceased. The 5 rivers flowed in their eternal circuits, and Hades oversaw it all with patient, absolute authority. He was not evil, despite what later ages would claim. He was necessary. Someone had to rule the dead. Someone had to maintain order in the realm of endings. Someone had to ensure that the natural cycle continued, that death remained death, that the boundary between life and the underworld stayed solid and uncrossable, save under the most extraordinary circumstances. Without Hades, chaos would reign. The dead would wander the earth. Death would lose its meaning. The entire cosmos would fracture. So he sat in darkness, this eldest of the Olympians who never dwelt on Olympus. He ruled in silence, this god whose name became synonymous with the realm he governed. He loved in secret, this deity whose marriage to Persephone created the very seasons themselves. He was Hades, god of the underworld, keeper of souls, patient as stone, inevitable as time, as necessary to existence as breath itself. The ages passed. The Greek world rose and fell. Temples crumbled. Worship shifted to new gods, new beliefs. The Olympians faded from active presence in the world. But the underworld remained. It had to. Death could not be abolished, could not be forgotten, could not be made obsolete. And wherever death exists, wherever endings come, wherever mortal stories conclude, there in the shadows you will find him still. Hades, lord of the unseen realm. Hades, patient and stern. Hades, who was never a villain, but simply the keeper of life's final door. His story is the story of necessity, of the truth that all things end, of the darkness that waits for every light. And though his name was whispered in fear and his realm was dreaded, his role was essential, his justice was fair, and his kingdom was exactly what it needed to be. In art, he appears rarely, for the Greeks feared to depict him too clearly. When they did paint or sculpt him, he was shown as a stern, bearded man, often seated on his throne, sometimes holding his bident, usually with Cerberus at his side. Later ages, particularly during the Renaissance, portrayed him more frequently, often in scenes of Persephone's abduction, showing both the terror and the strange dark beauty of that myth. Modern interpretations have been kinder to Hades, recognizing in him a figure more complex than simple evil. He was a god doing his job, maintaining order, ruling with justice rather than cruelty. His kingdom was not hell in the Christian sense, but simply the place where souls rested after death, receiving what their lives had earned. He was stern, but not sadistic, powerful, but not tyrannical, lonely, but not without love. His relationship with Persephone, once viewed primarily as abduction and captivity, has been re-examined as a story of transformation, of a maiden becoming a queen, of finding power in unexpected places. Whether you see it as a tale of trauma or of growth, as crime or as tragic necessity, depends on which version you read, which lens you use. But what remains constant is that Persephone chose to stay, that she ruled as queen in her own right, that she and Hades together maintained the balance between life and death. And so his story ends, though of course it doesn't truly end, because Hades is eternal. His kingdom still exists in the world of myth, still receives the souls of heroes and poets and common folk alike. His throne still stands in that palace of darkness. His justice still weighs each soul with stern fairness. And somewhere in the shadows, patient and inevitable, the god of death continues his eternal watch, waiting as he has always waited, as he will always wait, for the next ending, the next soul, the next story to conclude. Thank you for descending with me into the realm of Hades. If you enjoyed this journey through shadow and story, please like and subscribe for more deep dives into the fascinating figures of Greek mythology. Until next time, may your days be long and your stories worthy of remembrance.